The House will come back to order. Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move for the call of the House.
A call of the House has been requested. Can at least 10 people raise their hands? Okay. The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? And Mr. Shebo, please turn on the chimes. I've never heard those, but members, push your buttons to indicate your presence. And Mr. Shebo, please call the names of those who are absent. And will the sergeants please locate the members who are missing? Thank you.
Let's just start at the top. Representative Amabile. Oh, she's here. Would you press your button, please? Bacon. Bacon's here. Representative Baisley. No Baisley. Representative Byrd. Representative Byrd. Okay, Representative Basenecker. Nice. Basenecker. Caraveo. Come on down. No Caraveo. Representative Carver. Representative Carver. Okay, thanks. Esgar. No. Valdez D. is here. Michelson, Janae, Mullica, Neville, Ortiz. Ortiz is on the wall. Representative Van Winkle. What about Weissman? Representative Weissman. Representative Will. No Will. Larson's here. Oh, who else? Woodrow. Representative Woodrow. Pico. Rich Roberts. No, we just got Ortiz on the wall. Representative Luck. Perfect timing. Snyder and Soper. Rep Snyder, Representative Soper.
Huh?
How about Representative Geithner?
You sent it regular text? Yeah. Sorry. No, that's okay. Sorry. No worries.
Lynch, Representative Lynch, Representative McKean. Representative Young. Representative Williams. Woodrow, Woog.
She was there. Over there.
Representative Harrod. Holtorf, Hooten. Oh, Hooten's here. Where is she on there?
Push a button. You want to tell her to push a button?
Representative Byrd.
No.
Woodrow, Caraveo. Rep Van Winkle. Rep Roberts is on the wall. Representative Pico. Mullica, McKean.
He's gone. Mullica. Excuse.
Okay.
What do you want?
That's okay. No, it says it at the bottom of the page.
I know what it says.
That we move to adjourn, sign, and die? I think that's what it says, right there at the
Wishful
bottom.
thinking.
It's in little print at the very bottom, and it says, I move, we adjourn, sign, and die. I'm sure it says it.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move that the call be raised.
It has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The call is raised. And with that, I will call on Madam Speaker Pro Tem in a minute. What? Oh. Mr. Sheba, please read the committees of reference report.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1050 as amended, 1248 as amended, 1412, 1414, 1415. Senate Bills 5 as amended, 6 as amended, 7 as amended, 25 as amended, 70, 124 as amended, 191, 217, 222, 226, 233 as amended, 238 as amended. Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1417 as amended, Senate Bill 120 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 138 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 210 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 224 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on State, Civic, Veterans, and Military and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 230 be amended as followed, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Sheba. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I move the following bills be made special orders today at 5:26 p.m. House Bill 1221, House Bill 1223, House Bill 1413, House Bill 1412, House Bill 1415, House Bill 1248, House Bill 1416, House Bill 238, Senate Bill 238, House Bill 1244, House Bill 1050, House Bill 1414, House Bill 1061, Senate Bill 193, Senate Bill 69, Senate Bill 70, Senate Bill 233, Senate Bill 12, Senate Bill 151, Senate Bill 198, Senate Bill 204, Senate Bill 98, Senate Bill 51, Senate Bill 161, Senate Bill 155, Senate Bill 163, Senate Bill 236, Senate Bill 5, Senate Bill 124.
Seeing no objection, the motion before us is that those bills that the Majority Leader stated will be made special orders at 5:27 on May 5th. And did you have more? No. Representative Doherty. All right. You have no objection. The committee is now we're now in the Committee of the Whole. And Representative Doherty will be the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1221.
House Bill 1221 by Representative Michelson Janae, also Senator Fields, concerning the creation of the County Coroner and Mortuary Health, Mental Health and Wellness Program.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move 1221 and the Appropriation Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
In appropriations, we reduced the amount requested and gave an amount to begin the program. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report passes. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to keep it really brief. Our coroners have been facing an unbelievable workload that includes a lot of children and fentanyl overdoses and COVID overdoses, and they need a specialized mental health program that includes mental health providers who know how to work with coroners. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1221. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1221 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1223.
House Bill 1223 by Representatives Kipp and Rich, also Senators Quorum and Janal, concerning property taxation of mobile homes and in connection therewith, creating an exemption for low-value mobile homes and modifying the notice requirements for mobile homes to be sold due to delinquent taxes.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move HB 22-1223 and the Appropriations Committee and the Transportation and Local Government reports.
To the Appropriations report.
In appropriations, they appropriated the appropriate amount of money to make the bill happen.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations report passes. To the Transportation and Local Government report. Representative Kipp.
Thank you. In the Transportation and Local Government report, we made an adjustment to the language to make sure that people understood we were talking about manufactured homes and mobile homes and not just mobile homes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Transportation and Local Government report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Transportation report passes. To the bill, Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 22-1223. This bill provides a tax exemption for certain mobile homes and updates policy related to how the county treasurer provides notice of the sale of a mobile home due to property taxes owed. This relatively small change in policy continues the trend of providing greater relief from burdensome red tape, especially for the most vulnerable groups. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Representative Rich for joining me on this bill because she is a former county treasurer, and this bill was brought to me by my county treasurer, who, by the way, is a Republican, but I just want to make sure that everybody knows this is supported by all the treasurers, and it's really a pretty bipartisan thing. What the problem is that it costs our treasurers a lot of time and money to collect very small amounts of money from people who own low-value mobile homes, because they're just paying property taxes on the structures. And oftentimes, by the time they're finished collecting that very small amount of money, those people owe like twice the amount of money as they did originally because of the fees, et cetera, that pile up. So this is just a really simple and common sense change to make this happen.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, when when they're advertising mobile homes, they actually have to advertise those more than even real property. So you pay those fees, you pay distraint warrants for the sheriff, and it is a really sad moment whenever the property taxes might have been $30, but by the time they pay all the fees, it's $300. So this is really going to help. So please vote yes on this bill.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1223. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1223 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1413.
House Bill 1413 by Representatives Esgar and McKean, also Senators Fenberg and Holbert, concerning the authority for the Executive Committee of the Legislative Council to allow remote testimony before legislative committees.
That's not updated.
Okay, great. They're working on it.
Madam Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move House Bill 1413 in the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Report.
In the Appropriations Committee report, we appropriated the funding necessary to continue remote testimony for the public.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report passes. To the bill, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I don't know about you, but I have heard from my constituents who don't live in Metro Denver area how much they value the fact that they can do remote testimony when it comes to committees of reference and how much their voices are being able to be heard at this point. We think that this is a good bill and a good way to continue to make sure that people's voices are heard inside this building when we're talking about bills and we're talking about laws that will impact their lives. We think this is a valuable asset, and we want to continue to keep it that way. This bill comes from the Executive Committee as well, as a side note.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, and ditto to all of that. Anything that we can do to make sure that citizens' voices are heard more louder, more clear in this building, we ought to do. This has been, I think, a notable improvement on the amount and the variety of testimony that we get, and I think that's a good thing. More normal folks we get in the building, good, however they can.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1413. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1413 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking for the bill sponsors. Okay. I move to lay over House Bill 1412, one bill, until we can find those sponsors.
Upon motion of the Majority Leader, House Bill 1412 will be laid over one bill. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1415.
House Bill 1415 by Representatives Byrd and McKean, concerning elimination of the requirement that certain businesses licensed to sell alcohol beverages for consumption on the licensed premises register a manager of the licensed premises with the state licensing authority.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I move, House Bill 1415, the Appropriations Committee report, and the Finance Committee report.
I only have the finance report,
Oh,
Representative Byrd.
Oh, just finance. Okay, the finance.
To the finance report.
Sure. So thank you, Madam Chair. So in the Finance Committee, we amended the bill to make clear that when a restaurant notifies a city that they've changed their manager or who the manager is, that the fee is no more than $30. And so we make that clear and make some other conforming changes. We ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the finance report. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The finance report passes. To the bill, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill, members, is really important to the restaurant industry. So there is an antiquated term in our statutes. It's called the registered manager. And right now, a registered manager is required for 3 different types of on-premises liquor license. Unlike any other type of on-premises liquor license, those who are still bound by the registered manager requirement have several administrative hurdles and different kinds of checks and I don't know, barriers to efficiently changing who the registered manager is. So what we have done in this bill is set up the type of licenses that are impacted to be just like all other on-premises liquor licenses. And anytime there's a change in the manager of one of these establishments, when they change that, they make a filing, they notify the liquor enforcement authorities, your local government, pay your $30, and it's the same as every other on-premises license. So we ask for a yes vote. This is a good bill and it helps our restaurants.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much. So I will substitute for restaurants, businesses, and I will tell you this is a pro-business bill. So many of our small businesses are mom and pop restaurants, are establishments that don't need these kind of hurdles in front of them. This accelerates their ability to do their business. It streamlines what they do and how they do it, and it makes it like so many other things. This is a good pro-business bill. We'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a pro-business bill. It decreases regulation, takes away red tape, and it's just, you know, these rules just aren't needed. So I say vote yes. Good bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1415. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1415 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1412 till right before House Bill 1244.
Upon motion of the Majority Leader, House Bill 1412 will be laid over before House Bill 1244. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1248.
House Bill 1248 by Representatives McLaughlin and Ortiz, also Senator Simpson, concerning continuation of the school leadership pilot program.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1248 and the committee reports.
To the appropriations report.
Here we go.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we took the fiscal note down from $450,000 to $250,000, so that should be a good thing. And it was to help with many people, elves out in the hall that also repair your shoes at night if you ever need that. But they were fabulous. And mostly what it did, it was eliminated payment to school principals and the people who are involved in this program. We believe that with the advent of Zoom that they will still be able to be involved without having to pay them a per diem at this point in time. And this way keeps a very successful program alive.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report passes. To the bill. Representative Ortiz.
I'll do a very brief, shallow, because I want to thank my co-prime for bringing me onto this. She originally started this program, and it's a really amazing program. We know that mentorship and peer programs work. They work in developing and maximizing the skills and the talents and the abilities of the people that are in an organization, and this does just that before our schools, whether we're talking about in rural counties, in suburban areas or urban areas. And even during a time of COVID, if you look at some of the reports, the data shows that it still saw successful outcomes, even though education was having such a tough time during a time of COVID. So for all those reasons and more, I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1248. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1248 passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1416.
House Bill 1416 by Representatives Esgar and Neville, also Senators Colker and Rankin, concerning procedural requirements for the administration of property tax and in connection therewith, requiring the property tax administrator to maintain a list of persons interested in receiving notifications about possible amendments to property tax manuals, requiring public hearings with notice in connection with amendments to property tax manuals, requiring petitions for change to property tax materials to be in writing, requiring notifications about the property to obtain additional information about the valuation of commercial property, requiring notification about the abatement process, allowing for the correction of errors impacting the valuation of a class or subclass of property, and establishing a process for accelerated consideration of certain appeals.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1416, the Appropriations Committee report, and the House State Affairs report.
To the Appropriations Report.
In the Appropriations Committee, they appropriated the funds that we needed.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report passes. To the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Report. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In State Affairs, we had two amendments. One was technical, and the other one literally just preserved the BAA's authority to increase values on appeal, which was only recently granted to them. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the State Affairs Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The State Affairs Report passes. To the bill. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a bill that basically makes it more simple and more transparent for a property owner who wants to appeal the assessment rate of their property taxes. And it will make it give them more extensive time frame to do that and is better for the taxpayer, more transparent, and good government. I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1416. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1416 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 238.
Senate Bill 238 by Senators Hansen and Rankin, also Representatives Weissman and Neville, concerning reductions in real property taxation for only the 2023 and 2024 property tax years and in connection therewith, reducing the assessment rate for certain classes of non-residential property and all residential property in the amount of actual value to which the rate is applied for all residential real property and commercial property for 2023, reducing the assessment rates for all multifamily residential real property and a set amount for 2024, reducing the assessment rates for all residential real property and other than multifamily residential real property for 2024 by an amount determined by the tax property administrator cumulatively with the other provisions of the bill, reduce statewide property tax revenue for 2023 and 2024 by a specified amount, reducing the assessment rates for real property and personal property that is classified as agricultural renewable energy production property for 2024, and requiring the state to reimburse local governments excluding school districts in 2024 for 2023 reductions in their property tax revenue resulting from the bill.
Representative White.
I move the committee stand in a brief recess.
We will be in a brief recess. The House will come to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1050.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1050 upon motion of the Majority Leader.
House Bill 1050 by Representative Ricks, also Senator Buckner, concerning facilitating the integration of internal medical graduates into the Colorado healthcare workforce.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the appropriations report and the bill. And I move House Bill 1050.
And the health and insurance report. Can you please move both reports and the bill, Representative Ricks?
I move the appropriations report and the business and labor report. Health and insurance? I didn't go there.
It'll be please move the appropriations report, the health and insurance report, and House Bill 1050.
Okay, I move the I move the appropriations report, the health and insurance report, and House Bill 1050.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, what we did was to add the provision that we can receive gift grants and donations, and then we also made another provision to unrestrict the medical board.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report passes. To the health and insurance report, Representative Ricks.
The bill was passed in health and insurance.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the health and insurance report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The health and insurance report passes. To the bill, Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1050 is a bill that helps to integrate international medical graduates. These are foreign-trained doctors that trained in other countries into the Colorado workforce. Colorado is one of the only places in the nations that makes it very hard to integrate these foreign grads. Most of them end up going to Florida, New York, and other places to use their talents. Meanwhile, in Colorado, we have a shortage of medical doctors, and there's an expectation that within the next 10 years, we will be over 2,000 doctors short. Each medical grad, if integrated into our workforce, can help over 1,500 patients. They add over $100,000 in tax revenue every year. So this is a good program. What this program will do is two types of readiness programs. One is to help integrate medical grads by helping them with preparations and filling out applications to get licensed here in Colorado. The other piece is to provide a clinical readiness program that will give them a 9-month training within a hospital such as Denver Health or CU, and they will get laboratory experience and then compete for residencies here in Colorado. I ask for your support.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to say I had an experience in my last committee meeting. Your word means everything in this organization. And if someone's untruthful to you when you ask them a question, then you better double check everything that you're doing. And for that reason, I'm asking for this bill and any bill over 10 pages to be read at length. And I ask for it to be read at a speed.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Yes, ma'am. I ask that it be read at a speed.
Representative Bockenfeld. I need you to talk to House Bill 1050, and if you're going to make a motion, I need the motion to be to House Bill 1050 only.
Madam Chair, I would like to have House Bill 1050 read at length at a pace that the common man can understand.
You've heard the motion. House Bill 1050 will be read at length.
Second Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado introduced. LLS No. 22 to 295.02 Christie Chase X 2008 House Bill 22 to 1050. House Committees, Senate Committees Health and Insurance. A bill for an act. 101 concerning facilitating the integration of international 102 medical graduates into the Colorado healthcare. 103 workforce. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Section 1 of the bill makes legislative declarations and findings regarding the shortage of healthcare providers in the state, the presence of qualified, internationally trained medical professionals in the state, the ability of those professionals to assist the state in addressing healthcare workforce needs, the barriers to entry into the healthcare workforce. These House sponsorship Ricks. Senate sponsorship Buckner. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Professionals face, and the need to reduce those barriers to facilitate the integration of these professionals into the state's healthcare workforce. Section 2 establishes the following two programs in the Department of Labor and Employment, CDLE, to assist international medical graduates, IMGs, seeking to integrate into the state's healthcare workforce. The IMG Assistance Program, the purpose of which is to provide direct services to IMGs, including a review of an IMG's education, training, and experience to recommend appropriate next steps for integrating IMGs into the state's healthcare workforce, technical support through the credential evaluation process, and scholarships to assist in defraying the medical licensure process, and the Clinical Readiness Program, the purpose of which is to provide curriculum for and assessments of IMGs to help them build the skills necessary to enter a medical residency program. Section 2 also directs the Executive Director of CDLE to include in its annual report to the General Assembly pursuant to the State Measurement for Accountable, Responsive, and Transparent, SMART, Government Act information about the IMG Assistance Program, the Clinical Readiness Program, and any progress made in addressing barriers IMGs face in securing positions in medical residency programs. Section 3 authorizes the Executive Director of the Department of Regulatory Agencies, DORA, subject to available funding, to award funding to medical residency programs to provide additional residency positions dedicated to qualified IMGs, and directs the Executive Director of DORA to report on any funding awarded for this purpose as part of DORA's annual report to the General Assembly pursuant to the State Measurement for Accountable, Responsive, and Transparent, SMART, Government Act. With regard to requirements for licensure under the Colorado Medical Practice Act. Section 4 defines IMG for purposes of the Act. Section 5 reduces the length of postgraduate clinical training that an IMG must complete to qualify for a medical license from up to 3 years to 1 year, and Section 6 allows an IMG to obtain a re-entry license if the IMG has a current or expired international medical license and meets Colorado Medical Board specified qualifications and requirements, including an assessment of the IMG's competency to practice. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2 HB 22-1050. 1. Section 1. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 2 finds that 3. A 2020 study by the Association of American Medical for Colleges estimates that the United States could see a shortage of between 554,100 and 139,000 physicians by 2033. 6. B. By 2030, Colorado is expected to have a statewide shortage of 7 over 2,400 physicians. 8. C. As of January 2022, Colorado has 123 areas designated as 9 primary care health professional shortage areas.
Representative Bockenfeld.
10D. Madam Chair, that's a little fast. I can't understand it. Can you please slow it down for the common man?
Representative Bockenfeld, I believe that the speed is a reasonable speed, so we're going to keep it at that speed. So, yeah, please continue to read the bill, House Bill 1050.
As of 2017,
Thank you.
there were approximately 3,000 immigrants in 11 Colorado whose health-related undergraduate degrees were underutilized, 2,000 of whom received their education outside of the United States. 13. E. Between 1,200 and 1,900 patients can be served for each 14 additional physician that is added to Colorado's workforce. And 15. F. According to the National Resident Matching Program. 16. I. In 2021, international medical graduates, IMGs, represented 21% of 17 medical residency matches nationwide compared to only 4.2% in 18 Colorado, and 19.2. Only 2.5% of IMGs matched to a Colorado residency program 20 in the past decade. 21.2. The General Assembly further finds and declares that 22. Colorado faces an ongoing shortage of physicians, while, at 23 the same time, Coloradans who received their medical degrees in 24 training and practiced as licensed physicians outside of the United States. 25 are underutilized and face prohibitive barriers to joining the healthcare 26 workforce in Colorado. 27. B. Supporting the integration of IMGs into the Colorado. 3 HB 22-1050. One Healthcare Workforce helps Coloradans across the state and increases 2 access to qualified providers. 3. C. IMGs are uniquely situated to use their diverse backgrounds, for experiences, language, and cultural skills to provide enhanced care to 5 diverse patients and communities. 6D. At the request of the governor and 12 state legislators, the 7 Nurse Physician Advisory Task Force for Colorado Healthcare, NPATCH, 8 examined the issue of licensure pathways for IMGs and issued its 9 recommendations on August 6, 2021, and 10E, in order to help address healthcare provider shortages in the 11 state and position Colorado to benefit from much needed and unrealized 12 medical expertise in local communities. It is important to enact policies 13 to provide qualified IMGs a pathway to licensure and into the state's 14 healthcare workforce. 15 Section 2. In Colorado revised statutes, add Article 87 to Title 16.8 as follows. 17 Article 87.18 International Medical Graduates. 19 Pathway to Healthcare Workforce. 28-87-101. Definitions. As used in this Article 87, unless the 21 context otherwise requires. 22. 1. Assistance Program means the IMG Assistance 23 program established in Section 8-87-102. 24. 2. Clinical Program means the Clinical Readiness 25 program established in Section 8-87-103. 26. 3. Colorado Medical Board means the Colorado 27 Medical Board created in Section 12-240-105. 4 HB 22-1050. 1. 4. Department means the Department of Labor and 2. Employment. 3. 5. Executive Director means the Executive Director for the department or the Executive Director's designee. 5. 6. International Medical Graduate or IMG means a 6 physician who received a basic medical degree or qualifications 7 from a medical school outside of the United States or Canada. 8. 7. Program Participant means an IMG participating in 9 the Assistance Program or the Clinical Program. 10. 8. Third-party administrator or third-party to 11 administer means the grantee selected by the Executive 12 Director pursuant to Section 8-87-102. 1. To administer the 13 Assistance Program, including receiving grant funds and taking 14 on the obligations of the Assistance Program, which includes 15 providing direct services to program participants and reporting 16 to the Executive Director. 17. 9. USML means the United States Medical Licensing. 18. Examination, a 3-step examination for medical licensure in 19. The United States. 28-87-102. IMG Assistance Program, Creation, Services, 21 Report. 1. The IMG Assistance Program is established in the 22 Department to provide direct services to International Medical 23 graduates wishing to re-establish their medical careers in this 24 state. The Executive Director shall contract with a third party 25 to administer the Assistance Program and shall comply with the 26 Procurement Code, Articles 101 to 112 of Title 24, in selecting 27 and contracting with the third party administrator. 5 HB 22-1050. 1. 2. The Assistance Program must provide the following 2 direct services to program participants. 3. A. Review the background, education, training, and 4 experience of program participants in order to recommend 5 appropriate steps to enable program participants to integrate 6 into the state's healthcare workforce as physicians or 7 pursue an alternative healthcare career. 8. B. Provide technical support and guidance to program 9 participants through the credential evaluation process. 10. Including preparing for the USML and other applicable tests. 11. Or evaluations. 12. VSC. Provide scholarships or access to scholarships. Or 13. Funds for certain program participants. TO help cover or offset. 14. The cost of the medical licensure process, including the costs of 15. The credential evaluation process, preparing for the USML and 16. Other applicable tests or evaluations, the residency application 17 process, and other costs associated with returning to a career. 18. In healthcare. 19. D. In partnership with community organizations working 20 with IMGS, develop 21. I. A voluntary roster of IMGS interested in entering the 22 states healthcare workforce as physicians, in order to assist 23 IN assistance program planning and administration, including 24 making available summary reports that show the aggregate 25 number and distribution, by geographic location and specialty, 26 of IMGS in the state, and 27. 2. A voluntary roster of IMGS seeking alternative. 6 HB 22-1050. 1. Healthcare careers in order to support those IMGS in their 2 integration into non-physician healthcare roles. And 3. E. Provide guidance to IMGS to apply for medical for residency programs or other pathways to licensure. 5. 3. The Executive Director shall determine with input 6 from stakeholders and after considering relevant research of 7 the needs of the workforce in IMGS in Colorado, the eligibility 8 criteria for participation in the program, any limits on the 9 amount of direct services provided to an individual program 10 participant, any caps on scholarship amounts available under 11 the assistance program, and any other matters regarding the 12 assistance program that the executive director deems 13 necessary. 14, 4A, within 1 year after implementation of the 15 program and annually thereafter, the third-party 16 administrator shall submit a report to the executive director 17 regarding the operation of the assistance program, including 18, I, the number of IMGS who participated in the program, 19 and their demographics, 22, the specific services provided to program participants, 21 including the number of program participants that received the 22 service and the cost of providing the service, 23, 3, the total amount awarded to or accessed as 24 scholarships or other funds by program participants, including 25 the amount of each scholarship or other funds awarded or 26 accessed and the origination of the scholarship or funds, 27, 4, the total cost of providing direct services under the -7 HB 22-1050. 1 assistance program, and 2, V, any other information the third-party administrator 3 deems appropriate or the executive director requests. 4, B, the report must not include any personally 5 identifying information about program participants. 6, C, the executive director shall include the report AS7 part of ITS report pursuant TO section 8-87-104. 88-87-103. Clinical Readiness Program, Creation, 9 Administration, Required Components, Participant Qualifications, 10 Report. 1. The Clinical Readiness Program is established in the 11 Department to assist IMGS admitted to the clinical program in 12 building the skills necessary to become successful residents in 13 the United States medical system. By January 1, 2023, the 14 Executive Director shall contract with a Colorado-based 15 medical school to serve as the Program Administrator 16 responsible for developing, implementing, and administering the 17 clinical program and shall comply with the procurement. 18 Code, Articles 101 to 112 of Title 24, in selecting and 19 Contracting with a Colorado medical school to serve as the 20 Program Administrator. 21, 2A, the Program Administrator must develop and 22 implement the clinical program by January 1, 2024, developing 23 and implementing the clinical program. The Program 24 Administrator may consult and coordinate with stakeholders, 25 including representatives from 26, I, state agencies, including 27A, the Colorado Medical Board. -8 HB 22-1050. 1B, the Department of Regulatory Agencies. 2C, the Department of Higher Education. 3D, the Department of Labor and Employment. 4E, the Department of Public Health and Environment. 5F, the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing. 6 and 7G, the Office of New Americans created in Section 88-3.7-103. 9.2, the healthcare industry, including 10A, hospitals, 11B, community providers, and 12C, medical residency programs. 13.3, community-based organizations, including a 14 community-based organizations serving immigrants and refugees. 15.4, higher education institutions, and 16V, the IMG community. 17B, the clinical program must include at least the 18 following elements. 19I, a mechanism for processing and assessing Program 20 applications. 21.2, program curriculum, including curriculum. 22A, pertaining to the practice of 1 or more primary care 23 specialties. And 24B, that provides inpatient and outpatient training. 25 opportunities combined with community and classroom-based. 26 components to prepare program participants to match into and 27 succeed in a United States residency program, and -9 HB 22-1050. 1.3, an assessment system to assess the clinical readiness 2 of program participants to serve in a United States residency 3 program, including clinical readiness for the practice of 1 or 4 more primary care specialties and additional assessments as 5 resources are available. 6.3a, the program administrator shall designate a 7 program director, who must be a physician licensed to practice 8 medicine in this state. 9b, the program director shall, 10i, develop an operating plan and budget for the Clinical 11 program. 12.2, develop and implement the curriculum 4 and 13 assessments of program participants for clinical readiness. 14, accept AS provided in subsection 3c of this section. 15.3, work with residency programs in the state to address 16 barriers IMGS face in securing residency positions in the state. 17, including evaluating other methods for testing in IMG's 18 clinical readiness, exploring alternatives to the requirement. 19, that an applicant for a residency position be a recent graduate. 20, of medical school, and developing rigorous clinical assessments. 21, and opportunities for IMGS to obtain in-depth clinical. 22, experience in the United States. And 23, 4, make reports and recommendations as required by 24 subsection 6 of this section. 25, C, the program director may contract with an 26 independent entity or a state agency TO conduct assessments of 27 the clinical readiness of program participants. 10 HB 22-1050. 1. 4. TO qualify TO participate in the clinical program, and 2. Applicant must 3. A, B and IMG whose medical degree or qualifications for have been evaluated by a credentialing agency approved by the 5 Colorado Medical Board and determined TO be equivalent to a 6 medical degree from an accredited medical school in the United 7 states or Canada or a state or country with which Colorado 8 has a reciprocal license agreement, and 9. B, have achieved a passing score on the USMLE Step 110 and Step 2 examinations. 11.5. Once a program participant completes the Curriculum 12 for the clinical program, the program director or an entity with 13 whom the program director contracts shall assess the program 14 participant for clinical readiness for a residency program. If the 15 program participant passes the assessment, the program director 16 shall 17A, issue the program participant an industry-recognized 18 credential of clinical readiness, and 19B, submit a report and recommendation to the 20 Administrator of the Assistance Program and the Department 21 regarding the program participant. 22, 6A, BY January 1st, 2025, and by each January 1st, 23 thereafter, the program director, in consultation with the 24 Colorado Medical Board and other stakeholders, shall submit 25 a report regarding the clinical program TO, 26 I, the Executive Director, and 27 2, the Executive Director of the Department of 11 HB 22-1050. 1. Regulatory agencies. 2b. The report must include 3i. Information about the operations of the clinical for program, including the number of IMGS who participated in and 5 completed the clinical program, and 6.2. Recommendations regarding 7a. Changes TO professional licensure requirements that 8 promote the increased utilization of IMGS in the state's 9 healthcare workforce. And 10b. The creation of a certification recognized by the 11 Department, the Department of Higher Education, or the United 12 States Department of Labor. 13c. The report must not include any personally 14 identifying information about any program participant. 15d. The Executive Director shall include the report AS 16 part of ITS report pursuant TO Section 8-87-104. 17.8-87-104. Report to the General Assembly. The Executive 18 Director shall report on the Assistance Program and the 19 Clinical Program as part of the Department's annual reporting. 20. Under the state measurement for accountable, responsive. 21. And transparent, smart, Government Act, Part 2 of Article 722 of Title II. The Executive Director shall include in the report 23 pursuant to this section information included in the reports 24 submitted to the Executive Director pursuant to Sections 25.8-87-102, 4, and 8-87-103, 6, and information regarding any 26 progress made pursuant TO Section 8-87-103, 3, B, 3, IN 27 addressing barriers international medical graduates face IN 12 HB 22-1050. 1. Securing positions in medical residency programs. 2. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 1231.19 as 3 follows, 41231.19. IMG dedicated residency positions rules gifts, 5 grants, and donations report definitions. 1. To the extent 6 funding is available, the Executive Director may award funding 7 to interested residency programs in the state for additional 8 residency positions dedicated to international medical 9 graduates who meet criteria determined by the Executive 10 Director by rule. The Executive Director may award funding 11 only for additional residency positions that are approved by the 12 AGME. 13. 2. Additional residency positions that are approved by 14 the ACGME, dedicated to IMGS, and awarded funding by the 15 Executive Director. 16. A. May be filled by an IMG who satisfies the criteria 17 established by the Executive Director for participation in a 18 residency position dedicated to IMGS. 19. B. Must receive funding for at least the length of the 20 residency program, and 21. C. May be selected based on geographic location. 22. Including whether located in or serving a rural community, or 23. Medically underserved area or population. Practice specialty. 24. The anticipated volume of applicants and available funding. 25. 3. the executive director shall adopt rules specifying 26 the eligibility criteria and requirements for an IMG to 27 participate in a residency position dedicated to IMGS, which may -13 HB 22-1050. 1. Include, upon completion of the residency program and licensure 2 by the Colorado Medical Board, a requirement 2. 3. Practice in this state for a minimum period, in a HPSA, 4 or in a rural community or medically underserved area or 5 population, or 6. Reimburse the state a portion of the cost of the 7 residency position. 4. The executive director may seek, accept, and expend 9 gifts, grants, or donations from private or public sources for 10 the purposes of this section. 5. The executive director shall report on any funding of 12 IMG dedicated residency positions pursuant to this section as 13 part of the department's annual reporting under the State 14 measurement for accountable, responsive, and transparent 15, SMART, Government Act, Part 2 of Article 7 of Title II. 16.6 AS used in this section. 17a, ACGME means the Accreditation Council for 18 Graduate Medical Education, an organization that sets and 19 monitors the professional educational standards for physicians. 20 or any successor accrediting entity. 21b, Colorado Medical Board means the Colorado 22 Medical Board created in Section 12-240-105. 23c, HPSA means an area defined or designated ASA 24 health professional shortage area in accordance with 42 U.S.C. 25 SEC 254E. 26d, International Medical Graduate or IMG means a 27 physician who received a basic medical degree or qualifications. 14 HB 22-1050. 1 from a medical school outside of the United States or Canada. 2. Medically underserved area or population means and 3 area or population designated by the Health Resources and 4 Services Administration in the United States Department of 5 Health and Human Services AS having too few primary care 6 providers, high infant mortality, high poverty, or a high elderly 7 population. 8F. Rural community means a county with a population 9 of fewer than 50,000 residents or a municipality with a 10 population of fewer than 25,000 residents if the 11 municipality is not contiguous to a municipality with a 12 population of 25,000 or more residents. 13 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-240-104, amend 14, 5.7, and add 5.6, as follows, 1512-240-104. Definitions. As used in this Article 240, unless the 16 context otherwise requires. 17, 5.6, distant site has the meaning set forth in Section 1810-16-123, 4a. 19, 5.7, distant site has the meaning set forth in Section 10-16-123. 24. A. International medical graduate means a physician who 21 received a basic medical degree or qualifications from a medical 22 school outside of the United States or Canada. 23 Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-240-114, amend 24, 1, introductory portion as follows, 2512-240-114. International medical graduates, degree 26 equivalents. 1. For graduates of schools other than those approved by 27 the Liaison Committee on Medical Education or the American. 15 HB 22-1050. 1 Osteopathic Association, or the successor of either entity international 2 medical graduates. The board shall require 3 years 1 year 3 of postgraduate clinical training approved by the board. An applicant for whose foreign international medical school is not an approved Medical 5 college is eligible for licensure at the discretion of the board if the 6th applicant meets all other requirements for licensure and holds Specialty 7 board certification, current at the time of application for licensure. 8 conferred by a regular member board of the American Board of Medical 9 Specialties or the American Osteopathic Association. The factors to be 10 considered by the board in the exercise of its discretion in determining the 11 qualifications of applicants must include the following. 12 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes 12-240-119, amend 13, 1, and 2a, introductory portion, and add 2a.5 and 4 as follows. 1412-240-119. Re-entry license, period of inactivity. 15 International Medical Graduate Competency Assessment Board 16 Rules, conversion to full license. 1a. Notwithstanding any other 17 provision of this Article 240, the board may issue a re-entry license to 18i, a physician assistant, or an anesthesiologist 19 assistant who has not actively practiced medicine, practiced as a physician 20 assistant, or practiced as an anesthesiologist assistant, as applicable. For 21, the 2-year period immediately preceding the filing of an application. For 22, a reentry license, or who has not otherwise maintained continued 23 competency during that period, as determined by the board, or 24, 2, and international medical graduate who, 25, A, holds a current or expired international license, or 26, meets other qualifications specified by the board by rule, and 27, B, satisfies any other requirements established by the -16 HB 22-1050. 1 board by rule, which may include a recommendation of the 2 international medical graduate from the administrator of the 3 IMG assistance program created in section 8-87-102, or from the 4 program director of the clinical readiness program created in 5 section 8-87-103, or a requirement for specific training. But the 6 board shall not require completion of a United States Medical 7 residency program. 8b, the board may charge a fee for a reentry license. 9.2a, in order to qualify for a reentry license, the physician, 10 physician assistant, or anesthesiologist assistant, or international 11 medical graduate shall submit to evaluations, assessments, and in 12 educational program as required by the board. The board may work with 13, a private entity that specializes in physician, physician assistant, or 14, anesthesiologist assistant assessment to 15, A.5, for international medical graduates. The board may 16th approve an assessment model to assess the competency of 17 international medical graduates applying for a reentry license. 18 under this section, and shall approve criteria, including minimum 19 requirements, standards, and competencies, for the assessment 20 of these applicants. 21. 4. The board shall adopt rules as necessary. 22. I. TO specify requirements applicable to international 23 medical graduates pursuant to subsection 1A2 of this 24 section, and 25. 2. Regarding the criteria for and assessment model 226, assess the competency of international medical graduates. 27 pursuant to subsection 2 of this section. 17 HB 22-1050. 1 Section 7. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds. 2. Determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 3. Preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. 18 HB 22-1050.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1050? Representative Hanks, Representative Ricks.
So I move, to the bill.
No, we've been on the bill.
Oh, on the bill. Okay, and so we have a great need for international medical graduates. This is a really good bill. We talked a lot this morning about medical staff, nurses. These are doctors that can help the Colorado workforce. In the words of Representative Mark Catlin, great bill. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of clarity, one of the things I wanted to mention here, I guess, for people at home is kind of the process here. This bill was just run through appropriations this afternoon, and I'm always a little chagrined when, and it didn't happen on this one, I'm making no aspersions or expressing no irritations here. But a lot of times when people talk about going through appropriations, they say, yeah, we appropriated money, they appropriated the appropriate amount. So on this one, we ought to at least just say what the revised fiscal note indicates. I think this is important data for people at home watching this. So for budget year FY 22-23, expenditures out of the general fund will be $846,000. Centrally appropriated will be $21,000. Total expenditures, therefore, will be $867,637 and 1.4 full-time equivalent. So you go to the out year, which is 23-24, and it's essentially the same. The general fund expenditures $841,314. Centrally appropriate is a little higher, $23,031. Total expenditures $864,345,000. Total FTE is 1.5 full-time equivalents. I truly think this is important for the people of Colorado to get a sense of how the millions are being spent, 1 million at a time, this year, next year, and that's what these pages do, these fiscal notes, the revised fiscal notes, and these canary yellow packages. But to that end, I also want to do a little bit of a summary of legislation because it's important for people to understand. Sometimes the bill is, well, I'm not saying it's hard to understand, but there's a pretty good concise summary on each of these fiscal notes, and it can bring it home to roost. And so the summary of legislation on HB 22-1050 is the bill creates 2 programs for international medical graduates, parenthetical IMG, the IMG Assistance Program and the Clinical Readiness Program, and makes other changes that allow IMGs to get medical licenses as described below. The first one, IMG Assistance Program. The bill creates the IMG Assistance Program to provide direct services to IMGs wishing to reestablish their medical careers in Colorado. The Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, CDLE, must contract with a third party to administer the program and determine the eligibility criteria for participation in the program, as well as any limits on the amount of direct services provided. Direct services for IMGs include Bullet 1, reviewing the background, education, training, and experience of program participants and recommending steps to integrate into the healthcare workforce. Bullet 2, providing technical support through the credential evaluation process, including preparation for tests and evaluations. Bullet 3, providing scholarships to help cover the cost of the licensure process. Bullet 4, working with community organizations to develop a roster of interested IMGs. And Bullet 5, providing guidance to apply for medical residency programs and other pathways. In addition, the third-party administrator must annually submit a report to CDLE about the program beginning 1 year after implementation. I'll read about the other program very quickly here, and that is the Clinical Readiness Program. The bill creates a Clinical Readiness Program to help IMGs build the skills necessary to become successful residents in the United States medical system. By January 1, 2023, CDLE must contract with a Colorado-based medical school or a residency program accredited by the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education to serve as the program administrator. By January 1, 2024, the program administrator must develop and implement the clinical program and must have a mechanism for processing program applications, a program curriculum, and an assessment system to determine clinical readiness of program participants. I might stop there, but what I would say is, for the clarity of the people at home, and I can tell you constituents and people that I've met statewide do have a growing interest in what we're spending money on. Our budget was $36 billion this year, 36.8. Last year it was 34.6. It would seem to me, and as they express their concerns about how and what we're doing in these 600 or 700 bills in a 120-day session, a rather more concise process of going through what these bills do, how much these bills cost, and how much we've appropriated is a useful exercise. And frankly, I wish it were an exercise we did on every single bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1050. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1050 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of Senate Bill 238.
Senate Bill 238 by Senators Hansen and Rankin, also Representatives Weissman and Neville, concerning reductions in real property taxation for only the 2023 and 2024 property tax years and in connection therewith, reducing the assessment rates for certain classes of non-residential property and all residential property and the amount of actual value to which the rate is applied for all residential real property and commercial property
7-0.
For 2023, reducing the assessment rates for all multifamily residential real property to a set amount. For 2024, reducing the assessment rates for all residential real property other than multifamily residential real property for 2024 by an amount determined by the property tax administrator to cumulatively with the other provisions of the bill. Reduce statewide property tax revenue for 2023 and 2024 by a specified amount, reducing the assessment rates for real and personal property that is clarified as agricultural and renewable energy production property for 2024, and requiring the state to reimburse local governments excluding school districts in 2024 for 2023 reductions in the property tax revenue resulting from the bill.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. An impressive Mr. Shebo. I move Senate Bill 238 and the report from Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we basically fixed a drafting error. There actually is no appropriation because there doesn't need to be. We ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report passes. To the bill, Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill is actually probably the largest tax decrease I've seen in my 8 years down here. And it's the tax decrease on the tax, it's probably not a surprise, but I dislike all taxes, but out of all taxes, the taxes I dislike the most are property taxes. And so this this bill itself has a $700 million total decrease in property taxes. Yes, there is next year $200 million that does come out of the Tabor refund, but at the end of the day, this bill is a net $500 million tax decrease. And as a Republican, I could never say no to that. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To say a bit more about what that means, an average homeowner living in a $500,000 house will save about $274. An average small business owner is actually going to save considerably more, closer to $1,200. This is a time-limited, carefully calibrated package that will reduce taxes for residents and small business owners and, frankly, all business owners in our state for 2023 and 2024. We expect there will be other conversations about taxation in this legislature, but we believe this is a balanced measure for now. We ask for your support.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And a few things to say on this. I'm not sure either sponsor enunciated clearly enough. This is a tax decrease, and we don't hear that very often. So I wanted to make sure of that. I know some of it's because of personal preferences as far as masks and so forth. My ears aren't what they used to be, but it's decrease. Actually, I should say my ear. This bill, 238, this is important for the people at home. Appropriations met this afternoon, and Appropriations was, for the House, the committee of reference. So we've had this for a mere number of hours, and I think it's important for constituents, citizens of Colorado, to kind of realize what we end up going through. We end up relying on, as Representative Bockenfeld mentioned earlier, our word and our faith in each other as to what these bills have in them. And so when my good friend from my side of the aisle says this is a $500 million tax decrease, we've only had a couple hours to look at it. We're going on faith here. This is a good thing, but it sounds like a good thing if it's a couple $100 relief for people with a median-sized home. I would ask, though, for clarification, this is only a 2-year process, and it's concerning reductions in real property taxation for only the 2023 and 2024 property tax years. And so I would implore the people watching that if they like the sound of this and the feel of this, stay engaged and ask for more of this from your representatives. But I am an aye vote on this, and thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative McClellan. No further discussion on Senate Bill 238. So seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 238. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 238 passes. Mr. Shebo, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1412. One bill.
The 1412 will be moved over one bill upon the motion of the Majority Leader. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1414.
We will hear House Bill 1414 upon motion of the Majority Leader. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1414.
House Bill 1414 by Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez and Michelson Janae, also Senators Pedersen and Fields, concerning providing healthy meals to all public school students and in connection therewith creating the Healthy Schools Meal for All program and providing funding for the program by capping itemized and standard state income tax deductions for taxpayers who have federal adjusted gross income of $300,000 or more.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1414 and ask for an aye vote.
To the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 14?
Yes, further discussion. This is a referred measure to help make sure that we can continue the free lunches that COVID started.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1414. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1414 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate considerations of House Bill 1061.
Upon motion of the Majority Leader, we will hear House Bill 1061. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1061.
House Bill 1061 by Representatives Amabile and Benavidez concerning modifications to not guilty by reason of insanity.
Representative Amabile.
I move House Bill 1061, the committee report and the Judiciary Committee report and the Appropriations report.
To the Appropriations report.
We actually put some amendments on in the committee that reduced the fiscal impact, and then we also spent a little bit more time with the fiscal analyst and got the fiscal note down in appropriations, so that is not reflected in the fiscal note that you have in front of you.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The Appropriations report passes. Representative Amabile to the Judiciary report.
Yes, in the Judiciary report, we made several amendments. So we brought the DAs and all the different stakeholders on board and ran some amendments to lower the fiscal note. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Judiciary report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Judiciary report passes. To the bill, Representative Benavidez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a good bill. It came out of our Oversight Committee on people with behavioral health disorders in the criminal justice system. And what we found is that sometimes people who are in the state hospital that took a not guilty by reason of insanity plea, that they are not looked at again for another year or so. So this requires them to actually be evaluated annually, and that if they are meeting and can carry on outside of the state hospital, they should do that. I mean, some people have already been in there longer than their sentence that they would have received. So it's an important bill, and it's important because it will hopefully free up some of the state hospital beds. We're told anywhere from 10 to 100 beds could be freed up in this process. And remember, we are being sued on competency, and a lot of people are sitting in jail waiting to be moved to the state hospital to be evaluated for competency, and ultimately, if they're not competent, to receive restoration treatment. So this is an important bill that will save the state money, and it will help people's lives. So I urge a yes vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add that this is one of the bricks in disentangling mental illness and people with mental illness from the criminal justice system, and I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1061. All those in favor say aye.
Aye!
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1061 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's just make this a little bit more simple. I move to lay over House Bill 1412, House Bill 1244, and Senate Bill 193 to the end of the special orders calendar.
That motion is granted. Madam Majority Leader. No?
Just making sure we are all on the same page. We should be at Senate Bill 69 now. Great.
Thank you. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 69.
Senate Bill 69 by Senator Story, also Representatives McLaughlin and Froelich, concerning the use of student academic measures in evaluating the performance of licensed personnel for the 2021-22 and 2022-23 school years and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 22069 and the appropriations report on second reading, please.
I don't see an appropriations report. Representative McLaughlin.
Okay, well, that's a little canary for you. There she is. There she is.
Do you just want to move the bill?
So we will just move the bill. Yes, I'll move Senate Bill 2269, please. Second reading.
To the bill.
To the bill. Yes, this just gives schools one more little break because the testing has been irregular. Learning disruption happened a lot, and this gives teachers 2 years where the test scores won't be counting against their evaluation for 2 years because of the pandemic test scores.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 69. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 69 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 70.
Senate Bill 70 by Senator Bridges, also Representatives McLaughlin and McCluskey, concerning licensed personnel performance evaluations in public schools and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, I move Senate Bill 2270 with the appropriations report on second reading, please.
There is no appropriations report, but if you want to move the bill.
Just go to the bill.
To the bill.
Okay. Well, we all know the impact that teachers have on their students on a daily basis. Research consistently shows that the educators remain the single most important in school factors when it comes to the success of their students. It has been more than 10 years since we've meaningfully updated our evaluation system, giving us the perfect opportunity to streamline the system and make it less burdensome. This bill will reduce the amount an evaluation relies on test scores by dropping the weight from 50 to 30%. It will create modified rubrics that include shortened rubrics for personnel who are consistently rated highly effective, and will provide more training for people who conduct evaluations. And
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, I am so delighted to join Representative McLaughlin on Senate Bill 070. In addition to those provisions within the bill, it also encourages local innovation around observation and evaluation and performance review. Additionally, it does put more emphasis on teacher professional development, which is really the aim of an evaluation, a performance review. It's to help a teacher develop their craft, refine their craft, and deliver world-class instruction to the students in front of them. I am particularly glad to celebrate the robust stakeholder process that began in 2019 to modernize our 191 from 2010 and make sure that we were listening to the teacher voices through an extensive process that crossed the entire state so that all of our teachers could be heard and involved in this process. I encourage an aye vote on Senate Bill 70.
Representative McLaughlin.
Ditto.
Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Senate Bill 70. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 70 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 223.
Senate Bill 233 by Senators Hendrickson and Rodriguez, also Representatives Exum and Doherty, concerning an additional mechanism to refund excess state revenues for state fiscal year 2021-22, only that provides a refund in an identical amount to each qualified resident individual and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 22-233 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The appropriations appropriate the money for this wonderful rebate, and we ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are very excited to bring this bill. This provides immediate tax relief for all Coloradans this year with checks of $400 for individual filers and $800 for joint filers without changing the existing Tabor refund mechanisms. To be eligible, you have to be a full-time Colorado resident who is 18 years and older and who has filed their 2021 tax returns, filed for an extension, or applied for a property tax, rent, or heat credit by June 30th. Checks of $400 for individual filers and $800 for joint filers will be mailed to all by September 30th, 2022, putting money in the pockets of over 2.5 million Coloradans. Thank you, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Ransom. Oh, no, Representative Exum.
Ditto.
All right, now any further discussion? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And right when we first started hearing about this new program, and of course I always love when taxpayers have overpaid their taxes. I love the idea of giving it back. But one of the things I started hearing about was from CPAs, and I heard from two right away within the first day or two, that were very concerned that they were having to meet certain deadlines to get not just their taxes filed, but all of their clients, and sometimes hundreds of them. And I heard you say that if they had filed an extension by a certain time, but I would just like to make sure for my constituents that if there are any other strings attached.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you so much for that question. We're happy to clarify. And just to confirm, the CPAs are an official support position now because we did make those amendments, so I hope that alleviates your concerns. But again, I'll just reiterate for the people of Colorado to be eligible for the refund, 3 things must happen, or could happen. The taxpayer must file their 2021 income tax return. That's one way to receive the credit. Apply for a property tax, rent, or heat credit by June 30th, 2022. It's another way, or must be granted a tax filing extension and file their return by the extension date, and we are not changing any of the extension dates. So those are the three ways, which we believe cleans up all of the issues that we heard when the bill was introduced.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I very much appreciate the clarification, and thank you for running those amendments. That was helpful that you guys got that done in committee and that I didn't have to worry about it here on the floor. So extensions were supposed to have been filed by the same date that taxes were due, I believe April 18th. So when you file an extension, you automatically get to, I believe, September 15th. Now, that means that people wouldn't have filed their return. They might move. There might be other circumstances that happen. So I'm just trying to figure out it sounds like if they file an extension, they'll get the check. And so maybe you can just clarify that too, that if they file the extension, they'll get the check. And even if their tax situation changes, because sometimes you file an extension because you don't know what your tax situation is going to be, if you owe money, if you're going to get money back, et cetera. So if you can just maybe finalize that piece for me, I'd appreciate that as well.
Representative Doherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you file your taxes by June 30th, you will receive the check in September. And if, just to clarify, Representative as well, If you file for an extension, you will get a tax refund under the current existing dates for a tax extension. It doesn't change any of those dates. You will still receive the tax refund. So I hope that clarifies it. Again, CPAs are in support. Happy to keep answering questions.
Minority Leader McKeon.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for that particular piece of the debate, because it matters. Because we seem to be dancing around how can we do this in the best way possible, in the best way of making sure that people get money in their pockets as soon as they can, because it's gonna help families out. Don't wait till next year for Tabor to do the job it was designed to do. Get it now. Madam Chair, I move Amendment L019 in that vein and ask for it to be displayed.
That amendment has been properly moved. And is now properly displayed. Please continue, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. It's a little crooked. There we go, properly now. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This just moves the date up. It says instead of September 30th, why aren't we moving this up and get this money in people's pockets as soon as possible? That's all it does. It moves it up to July 1. As we know, those extensions have already been filed. The paperwork's already in. The system's already ready. I would ask an aye vote to move this date up to July 1.
Any further discussion on L19? Seeing none, Representative Doherty.
We would ask for a no vote. We believe we've clarified all of the existing issues and that this time frame in this bill is the best time frame possible for the people of Colorado. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before is adoption of L19 to House Bill 233. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L19 is lost. To the bill. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, trying to move this up and get money in people's pockets as quickly as possible is a part of the effort. I mean, truly it is how fast can we get Tabor to put money in the pockets of the people of Colorado and do exactly what it was designed to do. Of course, the challenge is, and we've heard a little bit of discussion out there, without impugning anyone's motives, we are simply in an election year. And we have heard that we ought to move this date up and do it before the election, and that seems a little interesting. And we've actually had a discussion about this on a national level. And so I think that what we need to do is put some belts and suspenders around this so that we do not have this turn into a political fray. I move Amendment L018 and ask that it be displayed.
That has been properly moved. And is now properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Folks, I think we should just read this out loud because it's up there, but as we know, when we sit in the back, it can get a little fuzzy. It says to please amend the re-engrossed bill, page 5, line 5, after the period, insert these words. No current elected official shall have their name or likeness printed on the reimbursement warrant, nor shall any current elected official's name or likeness appear on any related documents mailed or delivered in connection with the refund allowed under this section. Folks, this is the citizens' money. This is not anyone's money, but the taxpayers of this state. And that means that from our Department of Revenue should go out a check warranted by an officer who is not elected in the Department of Revenue, not under the helm of any elected official who may be running for office and may, by some sleight of hand, generate some public goodwill. We don't stand for that. What we stand for is do the job we set out to do. And we just heard what that job is. Put this money in the pockets of the people of Colorado. Make it apolitical. Do it because it's the right thing to do. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That has nothing to do with this bill. We are putting money in the pockets of people, and we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do got a legitimate question. Since people pay, as I'm just trying to figure this out, people pay different amounts of income tax. Where did the $400 amount, how was that decided? Thank you.
Any further discussion on L18? Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I rise in support of this amendment, and I actually rise in support of the question that was just asked. I think that there is some answers that we need here, and I think that failure to answer those questions, failure to adopt this, could lead to something. I think the word that I heard was a sleight of hand potentially. So a commitment, that we wouldn't run into that area. And so I rise in support of this amendment, and I would ask for an answer to the question that was just posed by the representative from El Paso County.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will repeat, this is putting a lot of money in the pockets of hardworking Coloradans, and this amendment has nothing to do with that, and we ask for a no vote on Amendment L018. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Then I would just ask one more time, I'll reiterate, where is the 400, where is that coming from? And I think it's fair that we answer that question for the people of Colorado that are viewing and for the people in this chamber so that we have a clear understanding where that 400 is coming from.
Further discussion on L18. Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can keep coming up here and asking the same question over and over again, and this can continue going on, but I think it's a fair question to understand where the 400 is. So I'll stand here to the side until we get a question, until we get an answer, or I'll just keep asking the same question over and over again. I think it's one that we really do need to understand. It's a fair request. This isn't anything that is, it doesn't need to be difficult or anything like that. I think it's a fair request.
Let's keep discussion to the amendment, but I think Representative Weissman would like to speak next.
Sure. Madam Chair, it's not really to the amendment, but 3.7 million taxpayers, counting single filers once and joint filers twice, times $400 per taxpayer, $400 if you're single, $800 if you're joint, $1.48 billion. That's the math.
Further discussion?
The amendment.
Thank you, Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, it's more of a rebate instead of a Tabor refund because it's not based on the amount of taxes that a taxpayer pays.
Just a reminder that the amendment has to do with likenesses and et cetera, so we could keep it to this amendment and then ask those questions later.
All right,
Any further discussion on L18? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of L18 to House Bill 233. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L18 is lost. To the bill. Any further discussion? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll ask my question. This is really a rebate and not a refund of Tabor because it's not calculated on the amount of taxes that taxpayers paid. Is that correct?
Representative Doherty.
I would like to, I'll share my fiscal note with you, Representative. But so I became a little bit better versed in tax law going through all of this. So if you'll note page 3 of the fiscal note on Senate Bill 233, and it lays out how we currently get to the sales tax refund. So the first part, you have the homestead exemption, no change. You have the income tax reduction, no change. What this bill is creating right here is the new 400 single filed check or 800 joint filed check created in this bill. And then you still have the sales tax refund remaining amount through 6-tier sales tax, which doesn't change that. And if I will please, I'll move to page 6 then of the fiscal note, and I will show you this chart.
I have that.
Okay, it's table 3, and you'll note that the amounts in this table 3 are not simply 400 or 800 because it's additionally, we're including the remaining amount through the 6-tier sales tax refund, which is why you get the amounts above the 800 amount.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, and thank you for that, Representative Doherty. Now, so that I understand, so in next year, it will be based on income, according to that table.
Representative Doherty.
So this bill is only for the 22-23 Tabor refunds.
Representative Rich.
I'll ask that again. So that table shows what it would be next year, and that's what the taxpayers can expect next year.
Representative Doherty.
It's a little more complicated than that because of I'll refer back to page 3, these 3 buckets and how Tabor currently is.
Any further discussion?
Sorry. And if you look at these 3 buckets, we are changing and adding a new one here in Senate Bill 233. So I don't think you can predict, I guess, next year's, because Senate Bill 233 is only for the tax year 22-23.
Representative Rich.
Okay, and I'll stop bothering you with this, but somebody predicted it because it's right here. And you just said you couldn't predict, but somebody.
Can you speak into the microphone, Representative Rich?
Someone just predicted it because it's in the fiscal note.
Representative Benavides, or Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I know what you're asking about is right now we have, and it's not going away, it's intervening before the 6-tier refund mechanism. So those in Table 3, the additional amounts above the 400 or the 800, those amounts are calculated on the 6-tier refund mechanism that already exists, and that will continue to exist. This bill is about the intervening refund mechanism for $400 and $800. That's only for 1 year. So it goes back to, that's just taken out. The rest of the refund mechanisms exist the way they exist now and will continue to exist. Does that make sense?
Representative Rich.
It does, but it's still in the fiscal note in a few pages over what it should be next year. And it's there in black and white or pink and black, whatever.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Yeah. Yes, and the fiscal note is an estimation of what it will be. And if you look at the page before that, it mentions the 6-tier refund mechanism. And so the table comes after that, and the table is the fiscal analyst's estimation of what that will be based on the revenue projections of what would come through a Tabor refund. That's where those numbers come from.
Representative Rich.
Please stay right here. So for those listening at home,
okay,
there's no guarantee there'll be a Tabor refund next year?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
There is no guarantee because it's based on our economic forecast, and that's what the estimations are. If they're wrong and there isn't any, then no, there won't be any refund. But based on the current projections, which, you know, our next one is due in June, our next revenue projection, that'll be an indication. And we always budget to the March one.
Right.
So that's why they can't do this before the end of this year, because they don't know until the year closes out at the end of June.
But my original question.
Representative Rich.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. My original question, now that you're here, was that it's not really a refund, it's a rebate.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
I think you can classify it however you like, but in the statutes, it's referred to as a refund. Both of them are. And the bill refers to it as a refund. The 6-tier one is referred to as a refund, not a rebate. I could see how you could call it the same, but our statutes call it a refund.
Okay. But since it's the same amount, for those of you listening, it's the very same amount for every taxpayer. And not everybody pays the same amount of taxes, so I would consider that a rebate. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 233. Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Senate Bill 233. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 233 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1412.
Mr. Schiebel, upon that motion, can you please read the title of House Bill 1412?
House Bill 1412 by Representatives Garnett and Van Winkle, concerning the continuation of the Division of Gaming in the Department of Revenue and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations contained in the 2021 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1412, the Finance Committee report and the Business Committee report.
To the Finance report.
It was a good report.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance report passes. Representative Van Winkle to the Business Affairs report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the Business Committee did very good work. We'll get into it more when we get to the bill itself, but that's exactly the Business Committee where the Sunset Report was heard. It's been worked on actually for some time in the Business Committee, long after the report was delivered to us. But first, allow me to move an amendment to the Business Committee report L009.
And ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. L009 has been displayed. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. This was just a technical fix to add the word "or," and I would urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye.
On the bill.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L009 passes. Back to the business report. Representative, any further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the business and labor report as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The business affairs and labor report as amended passes. To the bill. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I want to thank Representative Van Winkle for working collaboratively with me on House Bill 1412. This is a sunset for the Division of Gaming. It's coming a little late because we were working really hard to make sure that it strikes the right balance. I want to thank Director Hartman from the Division of Gaming for his service to the state. I think that this is the right way of moving forward. I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are several key improvements that this builds upon for the sunset that we received before the Business Committee. Some of those include allowing the division to address illegal gambling, removing some criminal penalties for underage because a lot of times those weren't even being charged, and replaces it with a civil fine in its place, because that frankly will just be much more effective, especially to a young person who may or may not know that in a Colorado casino they cannot gamble under age 21. So several key improvements both to the casino operations within Colorado and the sports gaming operations in the state of Colorado. My sincere thanks to Speaker Garnett for carrying this bill with me. It's a big step forward for our state in this key section of our economy.
Is there any further discussion? Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I was there actually. I got to listen to a lot of this debate, and I thought it was really good. And I think that there weren't a whole lot of things to fix in this. It just seemed like there were some discussions that went a little bit off to the side. So I would move Amendment L057 and ask for it to be displayed. Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is to a different bill. I apologize. I'll withdraw that.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1412? Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A very good bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vote yes.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1412. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1412 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 124.
Upon that motion, we will move to Senate Bill 124. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 124.
Senate Bill 124 by Senators Woodward and Kolker, also Representatives Ortiz and Van Winkle, concerning the authority of a pass-through business entity to elect a pay state income taxes at the entity level and in connection therewith, make an appropriation.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, I move Senate Bill 22-124 and the committee reports.
To the appropriations report. Representative Ortiz.
Madam Chair, in appropriations, we amended the bill. I'm going to let my co-prime actually take this because I remember what we did earlier, but I don't remember what we just did.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what we did in appropriations is we eliminated we eliminated the appropriation for the fiscal year by pushing the bill out. The Department of Revenue can do everything that we asked them to do within the current resources of the department, so no fiscal impact. And that was the appropriations report.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report passes. To the Business Affairs and Labor report, Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The aforementioned amendment to move the date out of the bill to allow the department to do it within the current resources, that was done in Business Committee. That's the Business Committee report. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Business Affairs report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The business report passes. To the bill, Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not going to steal my co-prime's thunder. I want to thank him for working this bill again with me. This is the SCULP Parity Part 2. We just want to make sure we're putting our S-Corps and partnerships in the strongest footing possible and kind of putting them on parity with the way C-Corps get taxed and being able to take further deductions or increase that cap that they can take deductions off their federal taxes. This is why this does not impact state revenue whatsoever. It's a good way to be supporting our local businesses here in Colorado. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my co-prime.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My sincere thanks for Representative Ortiz for working on this issue with me, actually for several years now. Our bill that we passed last year, it saved the taxpayers of Colorado about $100 million. This one has the potential of saving the taxpayers of Colorado about $1 billion. And what is the cause of it is in 2017, a well-known federal bill placed a cap on the amount of state and local taxes that an individual S Corp or LLC can deduct from their state taxes or from their taxes. So what it amounted to basically was a huge tax increase, not on C corporations, not on the big guys, but more the Main Street business employers. So what this does, it builds upon our the bill we passed last year, which allows businesses in Colorado to start January 1st of 2022 going forward to take that tax cut. It will allow them to go back to the beginning of that federal bill that was passed in 2017, so go back to 2018, take that deduction on those taxes paid. And what it really does is it levels the playing field between S Corps, C Corps, LLCs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and is true tax relief for the hardworking people of Colorado and our great Main Street employers. So I urge a yes vote. And members, just in case you're not paying attention, this will probably be the biggest tax cut of the year, and I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 124. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 124 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 012.
Senate Bill 12 by Senator Donovan, also Representative Hooton, concerning versions of the Colorado Constitution.
Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 12012 and the State Affairs Committee report, and I move Amendment L006 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been properly displayed to Amendment L006. Representative Hooton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. L006 changes the word shall to may and requires the state archivist in partnership with the History of Colorado to create the online exhibition and educational opportunities, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L006 passes. To the State Affairs report, Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we did in State Affairs is we removed a review of the proposal from the State Archivist in History Colorado on the display of the state constitution. We removed the Capital Development Committee from that process. And we also added History Colorado in lieu of a third party or a vendor to work with the state archivist on the creation of a display of the original Constitution at the state capitol.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the State Affairs Report as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The State Affairs Report as amended passes. To the bill, Representative Hooton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what this bill does is it creates an opportunity for the original state constitution to be displayed at the Capitol. And this effort will be a collaboration between the State Archivist's Office and History Colorado, where the original Constitution is currently housed. Included in that, in the display will be the appropriate protections for the display and the Constitution itself, as well as the appropriate care in terms of heat and quality control of air and lighting. It also directs the History Colorado to do an online display of all of Colorado's versions of their constitutions, of which there are 116, because every time the state of Colorado amends the Constitution, we have a new version. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 012. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 012 passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 151.
Senate Bill 151 by Senators Danielson and Story, also Representatives McCluskey and Will, concerning the creation of a cash fund for use by the Department of Transportation to fund projects that provide safe road crossings for connectivity of wildlife and thereby reduce wildlife vehicle collisions.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am so sorry not to see my co-prime at the moment. If Representative Will is anywhere in the building, because this is really a bill that his entire career was about wildlife, our amazing state parks, and I want to make sure that he is available. But let me start by, let me start by, at the beginning, I move Senate Bill 151.
To the bill, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in my county, Summit County Safe Passages is an incredible effort that really brought the entire community together. Highway 9 between Silverthorne and Kremling sees a great deal of wildlife migration. And a number of years ago, they were able to put into place safe crossings, safe passages, both overpasses and underpasses on that highway. And they have seen a significant improvement, fewer animal strikes, fewer car and animal collisions, fewer human injuries. It's been an incredible project, and certainly one that I'm excited to see at other places across this state.
More than 3,600 collisions occur between wildlife and humans in our state every year. I live on the I-70 corridor. In the spring, summer, and fall months, it is often that we see wildlife along the sides of that highway. Additionally, more than $80 million is spent on these collisions, either because of injuries and or damages to vehicles or other types of damages. I am really excited that with this bill, we are investing $5 million. We can use those funds to leverage federal funding for projects like the one in Summit County all across the state. CDOT has identified these projects as part of their 10-year strategic plan, and I really look forward to your support of this important bill.
And members, if you could quiet down just a little bit, it's a bit loud. And Representative Will to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
I was waiting for it. So I got to tell you something. I don't need any notes to talk about this bill. And I'll also tell you that this is the best bill I've ran in 4 years here. Absolutely best bill I've ran in 4 years. And that's, and not just a little bit better, but a lot better. This excellent bill is, it's really a safety situation for wildlife and our motoring public. You know, my co-prime mentioned the number of road strikes, vehicle strikes on our highways and what's reported. I can tell you after over a 40-plus year career dealing with this day in and day out, it's 3 to 4 times that amount that's reported. Easily. In 2012, I was still working for CPW. The stretch of highway from Aspen down to Glenwood on Highway 82, and a little bit of the stretch, most of the bears were struck on that Highway 82, but also counting up towards Edwards on I-70. We picked up over 80 bears that summer, 80 vehicle strikes. I can tell you, hitting a bear with your vehicles, about like hitting a hog. Hitting a moose, about like hitting a horse. They come through your windshield because they're higher up. I'll tell you a little story that probably no one wants to hear. I'm going to tell it anyway. I get called out to a elk vehicle strike, I-70. Little red car, I don't even remember the mid-size, don't remember the make and model. The hit the elk doing about 75 mile an hour. Hits this elk, comes over the hood, into the windshield. Of course, through the windshield, cuts the elk in half. The back half of the elk went on over the hood. The rest of it went in the front of the vehicle. When I got there, it took me a little while to respond. When I got there, it's a very cold day. I pulled up to the vehicle, and the gentleman driving was literally in shock. And I went to get him to roll down the window or open the door of the vehicle. It had eviscerated the elk, right, because it got cut in half. He has entrails and rumen on him, down over his legs, passenger side of the car, still steaming. He was in such shock, he didn't even really know what had happened. These are the kind of things that these overpasses, when I talk about the safety of the motoring public, this is what we're talking about. I can tell you that guy's he wasn't from Colorado, by the way. He has no idea there's wildlife on the road. So many of our highways now, we have the game fencing on, which really helps. This particular bill, we're talking about overpasses, underpasses. First underpass in the state of Colorado was right there west of Vail, right there by Minturn. That's still in operation. Hundreds and hundreds of deer and elk go into that underpass every year. My co-prime talked about the Highway 9 project. Luckily, we had Michelle Cowden speak at our committee hearing yesterday. She was the lead in that project for CPW, and worked with, and she continues to work every day with Department of Transportation, Colorado Department of Transportation. And we identify these spots. There's 25 projects in the pipeline right now. I think my co-prime mentioned we asked for 25 million. We got 5 million. I can tell you that most overpasses, about the cheapest one you're going to get, is going to cost you about $3 million. But what we can also do in the planning stages, if you drive over Vail Pass, which I think probably everyone in the room has done that, the spanning bridges, wonderful for wildlife, wonderful. So if we're up front on any of that planning stages, we can figure those kinds of things out. They need that for the type of highway they're building anyway, and for grades. But if wildlife is taken into account, we can have that without having to spend $3 million or whatever on an overpass. This is I just couldn't tell you that there's a better bill here at the legislature today, at least from my perspective. And I stick up for the wildlife resource. I stick up for our hunters in this state. And this bill does that. And it's, would I like more money? Absolutely. But we got what we got. It's a good start. It's a right step forward. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have the good fortune to sit right next to Perry Will, Representative Will. And I did ask some questions. I was a no vote on this in appropriations, but I don't really intend to hold to that. I wanted really to get down here and have discussions on it. So you're getting $5 million, asked for $25 million. But I guess what I'd like to know is this will buy, at this point, 1.5 overpasses, if you'll permit that kind of math. How many do we need in throughout the state? Because you know, we are the apex of the wildlife management here, and it is not good management to be nailing them with trucks and vehicles. And it's pretty discouraging over the course of my extensive driving to see elk still kicking because somebody else has knocked them down. So I guess my question is, how many do we need on I-70? How far apart do you put them on I-25 and some of the other roads? Could you just kind of lay out the future plan? Perhaps it's not to this bill, but where do we go from here? Thank you.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would be happy, Representative Hanks, to share with you an overview of the pipeline projects that have these wildlife components. I do have a list here. It is there are projects identified for the next 4 years and another set of projects for years 5 through 10. I don't have the fiscal cost for each of these projects, but happy to follow up and get that for you. You're right, if an overpass costs $3 million, this $5 million doesn't go far enough. But I do want to point to the federal funding that we may be able to draw down. Not all federal grants are 50-50. We may be able to leverage these dollars to get more federal funding. I can't speak to specific federal opportunities, but I do know that's the hope, that we can use state funds to get additional money.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Hanks, for that question, because the need, the 25 projects that are already in the pipeline, yeah, this isn't enough money, but even at $5 million, if we built one overpass and maybe 3 or 4 underpasses in critical locations, and especially, I'm going to tell you on Highway 82, I worked on that the 4-laning of Highway 82 in the early 70s. I was on that project. Environmental impact statement of Highway 82. There was a very robust deer herd there, especially between Glenwood Springs and Carbondale, but up above as well. And during my tenure over there, that highway basically eliminated that deer herd. Now we have game fencing along there, no overpasses. We have some not such good underpasses, which is natural culvert under the highway when they build it. But now this brings attention and awareness. So when we're doing a project, maybe four-laning a highway like 82, when you do the creek crossings, the one at Cattle Creek the game uses, but when you do those crossings and those culverts, maybe you design them that are wildlife friendly to use. In that respect, they don't cost that much. Maybe they cost a couple $100,000 more to design in that manner instead of $3 million to actually do an overpass. But that's a great question. The need is always going to far exceed the funding. I will say that in all transparency. The need. We're talking 6 million people in the state of Colorado, and everyone in here has driven the road. You see what it is, and but if we're going to maintain our wildlife resource, this is a good first step, and I appreciate the question.
Representative Hanks.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. I appreciate it. I know we are a destination location for hunting from out of state, and it's much better to harvest with humanity rather than bumper hunting and destroying animals that way. So I really appreciate the breakdown. I'm eager to see more of this. I support it. I'll go the other way on the vote, second and third. So thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate those comments. Representative Hanks, hunting, I mentioned I stick up for the sportsman. Hunting's an $80 billion industry to the state of Colorado, and so protecting our wildlife resource is critical to maintain that. Obviously, our biggest issues are during the winter time, so we have transition times from, winter into spring, fall into winter, when most of those vehicle accidents are happening when the game are down in the lower elevations. So, yes, this is part of protecting the wildlife resource, and hunting. Colorado is definitely a destination state for deer and elk hunters, but other species as well. We have bear, moose, mountain goats, bighorn sheep, on, and we do an excellent job. The state does an excellent job of managing those critters for sportsmen and for the people of this state to enjoy and visitors to it. So that's part of the mission statement. This fits within the mission for CPW, and I thank you for all the questions, and I appreciate that, because it's a great conversation to have, and give me a little chance to expand on those questions. Help me expand on this, so I appreciate it.
Any further discussion? Seeing Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to come down here and say I'm in full support of this bill. I'll never forget one night when I was driving down from Meeker around 10 o'clock, and I looked out and I saw just this sea of eyes looking back at me as it was all these deer. And I remember hitting the brakes, closing my eyes, and just hearing all the snaps of broken legs and realizing that, sorry. Sorry about that. But it was horrible. I survived. Obviously I wouldn't be here. But that's a reminder that when we're talking natural wildlife crossings, where they always cross, I mean, that's something that people will always tell you that it's kind of a natural area. It has certainly a lot of migration of wildlife. And to just be able to identify those areas that our biologists know about and that we can make them safe for both motorists and wildlife, the experience I had hopefully will never, ever happen again, so that certainly no animal has to arbitrarily die and no human has to be in a motorized accident. Thank you.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the millions watching, I do recommend that you don't close your eyes if you're in the middle of a wreck. That would be not wise. So, thank you.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to address something that my colleague from Delta County brought up about the drive south of Meeker there. Later on in my career, I worked with Senator Gail Swartz right here about nighttime speeds. And that section of highway has nighttime speed limits now that are 10 mile an hour less than during the daylight speeds, and that's for the very thing and the safety of our wildlife and our motoring public that Representative Soper brought up. So I appreciate that cue on that. So we've been doing this things to reduce these road kills or vehicle strikes with wildlife on our highways for several years, but this one, in my opinion, is the best one we've done. So please vote aye.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 151. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 151 passes. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the immediate consideration of House Bill 1244.
Mr. Schiebel, upon that motion, will you please read the title of House Bill 1244?
House Bill 1244 by Representatives Kennedy and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning measures to increase public protection from toxic air contaminants.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1244 and the committee reports from Appropriations and Energy and Environment.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we appropriated funding for this bill. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report passes. To the Energy and Environment Report. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L27 and ask that it be displayed. This is also a multi-page amendment that was circulated a couple days ago.
L27 has been properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L27 makes numerous changes to the bill, the most significant of which are it turned the permitting program in the bill into a study, clarifies the process for establishing emission control regulations, and makes a variety of technical changes.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure members are listening to this. We have a few amendments to this multi-page amendment, and so Madam Chair, if you'll just follow along with us. I am going to move Amendment L28 to Amendment L27 and ask that it be displayed.
That is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L28 amends L27, and what it does is it requires an economic impact analysis for both new and existing emission sources. It sets thresholds below which the more stringent emissions control regulations are not required. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L28? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L28. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L28 passes. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is our second of 4 amendments to L27. I move Amendment L38 to L27 and ask that it be displayed.
That is properly displayed. Please continue, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Amendment L38 streamlines the process of the bill by cutting out the second round of rulemaking for priority toxics and emission control regulations, meaning we'll just have one initial round followed by another round 5 years later rather than an intermediate round 2 years after the first round. It also makes a variety of technical changes. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L38. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L38 passes. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L40 and ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment L40 has been properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L40 also amends L27. What this does, it is establishes process for economic impact analysis, requires new control regulations to consider technical feasibility, and it strikes the reference to reopening permits in the permit study. So members, this, like I said, it is striking the reference to reopen permits and in the permit study.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All good amendments need to have an amendment to them. So I move Amendment L058. Is this the amendment?
Amendment L058 is properly displayed. Please continue, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one thing that we had concern about was that certainly what's being asked for needs to be both technologically and economically feasible. And so this amendment clarifies that to say it must be technologically and economically feasible to be able to achieve what we're asking for here.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Representative Soper for bringing this to our attention. And this is an amendment that we see as friendly, and we ask for an aye vote on Amendment L58 to Amendment L40.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L58. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L58 passes. Representative Kennedy, we are back to L40. To Amendment L40.
Yep, no further discussion.
Oh, any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L40 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L40 as amended passes. Back to the Energy and Environment Report. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we're actually back to Amendment L27.
I apologize. We are back to Amendment L27. Thank you, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move Amendment L59 to L27 and ask that it be displayed.
That has been properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L59 includes new language in a paragraph that was already in the bill about reporting to the SMART Act, just making clear that we're directing the division to provide recommendations at the SMART hearings. We ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L59. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L59 passes.
Thanks.
To Amendment L27. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L27 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L27 as amended passes. To the Energy and Environment Report, Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L47 to the Energy and Environment Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
That has been properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this came as a negotiation with some of our stakeholders, and understanding that there are some of the facilities that are already going to be closed by 2031. And so what this amendment does, it exempts those utility facilities that are already required to close by 2031. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also rise in support. This was something that we were able to talk about and work out ahead of time. Certainly, we want to make sure that those coal facilities that are on a path to closing, that they don't get caught up in this because they're already on a cycle out to shut down. So they shouldn't be caught up by the bill, and that's what the amendment does. So thank you.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I stand in support of this amendment as well, because I have two of those coal facilities that this amendment affects and exempts, so I'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment as well. It's very critical that those plants that are already scheduled to be done are allowed to operate. Without this, this would be a significant financial impact to the ratepayers who have to pay for stranded assets. So it doesn't affect our particular region, but this does affect the state, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L47. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L47 passes.
Do we need to pass the strike vote? I mean, this amendment?
Back to the Energy Environment Report. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the concerns we've had is that we don't focus in on areas that are actually okay, such as those areas that are outside of the non-attainment area. And so I move Amendment L036 and ask to be displayed.
Amendment L036 is properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this does is simply exempt those areas that are already clean. We already have, in most of the state, tremendous air quality. And although the non-attainment currently only applies to ozone, that is still the area across the state that has the most issues with air quality. And this would focus this bill on those areas that actually have air quality problems. So I ask an aye vote.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for sharing this with me in advance, Representative Pico. We appreciate the spirit of what you're trying to do. I guess my comment would be that the non-attainment areas for ozone are not necessarily going to be the same as areas where there might be dangerous concentrations of toxics. So I think that until we have some monitoring data, which is going to be a few years out, we would want to wait and see. So appreciate the spirit of what you're doing, but we will ask for a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, at the moment, the non-attainment only refers to ozone, but that still does have a high correlation in areas that do have poor air quality. So I think it's appropriate, and as you move forward, non-attainment areas and attainment areas may have further clarification by the EPA, and this just provides for that in the future.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in full support of this amendment. You know, when I came to this building 3.5 years ago, it's amazing the amount of people that didn't know the difference between an attainment and a non-attainment zone, or that there even was such thing. So out where I live, we're 3 hours from the city, attainment zone. Whatever we do out there, it doesn't affect anything on the Front Range. So I rise in full support of this amendment. Ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L36. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L036 is lost. Back to the Energy and Environment Report. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this amendment kind of applies to exempting all agricultural operations.
Representative Will, do you have an amendment?
Oh, I do. Sorry.
We need to see that amendment.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I got excited.
It's okay.
I'd like to move L044 and ask that it be displayed. Yeah. 1244.
Amendment L044 has been properly displayed. Now you may proceed, Representative Will.
Thank you. So I may repeat myself a little bit. What this amendment does is it exempts agriculture from these provisions of this bill. I don't think any agricultural operations would have any adverse effects here, and this keeps our farms and ranches in operation and going. And so I would ask for an aye vote to exempt any agricultural operations in Colorado from this bill.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in full support of this amendment. Coming from an agricultural district where we have more cows than people and more fruit trees than people, it's important to exempt out agriculture because, quite frankly, they should not be included in an ambient air toxin control bill. Agriculture actually is something that's cleaning up our air. Trees do a lot to clean up the environment. So I vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Catlin. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored.
What?
Honor to serve with you. Please proceed.
Just shut it right off, didn't it? I don't know what's the problem with that microphone. There's something up there that's not working good. Members, I'm down here for agriculture. One of the things that I wanted to bring up is the fact that agriculture is not the villain in this. A lot of the things that we do in agriculture help with taking hold of some of these toxins and holding them on the ground. Carbon sequestration is one of the things that agriculture is advancing rapidly. You know, when you take a look at the cornfield out there, you're actually looking at a bank, a carbon bank, because it's holding that carbon on the ground. You know, this would be a good amendment for the agricultural industry because I think you're looking for something besides what agriculture does. We're not what you would consider a toxic emitter. I guess maybe we're getting carried away, but I really want you to think about this. This is for an industry that's actually helping. This amendment. It's a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to kind of add on to what Representative Catlin and my colleague from Delta County, Representative Soper, started on. Agriculture is the #2 industry for capturing carbon. I don't know if many people realize that, but they are, right behind forests. There's a lot of good that cornfields, wheat fields, grass, our rangelands do to clean up our air. And so with all the pressures that are on agriculture right now, this amendment is perfect to kind of ease some of that pressure because at the end of the day, they are net pollution neutralizers. So I love this amendment. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Madam Chair, I think this is a great bill for Colorado. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez. We're still to amendment.
We're to the amendment,
L-
Representative Holter.
44.
Madam Chair, to the amendment, I think this is great for rural Colorado.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although I really appreciate, we appreciate the intention behind this amendment, and I think having just received this, it's something that I would want to take back and really explore whether or not agricultural operations would actually be, would fall under as needing to be looked at. So with that respect, I will be asking for a no vote respectfully on this amendment, but happy to look a little bit more into this.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L44. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L44 is lost. Back to the committee report. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L060 and ask that it be displayed. This is one we talked about and rejected. I'm just going to talk about dates.
The amendment is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is one where, you know, as we're looking at how the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, does things, certainly when they're doing a massive rulemaking and compliance and things coming into force, that they do things in 5-year increments and 5 years out. Well, 5 years from now is 2027. And so one thing we're asking is that we go ahead and move the dates out to 2027. We actually believe this is a good compromise. We had another amendment to make it 2030, and this is one that would actually give the CDPHE the ability to fully analyze and look at the needs assessment here, but that allows them to figure out a way to make all this work. And so we would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Soper. I will just say that, the dates that you're wanting to move out are with regards to the health-based standards rulemaking. And so this is just identifying what those health-based standards will be, and the actual rulemaking on health-based standards, emissions control standards, will not be completed until April 30th of 2026. And so this is not necessarily any compliance because we have stricken the permitting program. This is just identifying what those health-based standards are. So respectfully, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L60. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L60 is lost. Back to the report. Any further discussion on the energy and environment report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the energy and environment report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The energy and environment report passes. To the bill, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L26 to the bill and ask that it be displayed. This was also a multi-page amendment that was circulated a couple days ago.
That has been properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L26 makes a variety of changes to the bill, including striking a reference to synergistic impacts on health, striking requirements that health-based standards be more stringent than other neighboring states, adds a definition of what we mean by engaging with the scientific community about the development of the health-based standards, and a few technical changes.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Yeah, go ahead.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I move Amendment L29 to Amendment L26 and ask that it be displayed.
That is properly displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one is purely technical. It has a variety of things we worked on with Department of Public Health and Environment to make sure that dates were aligned and that the process would work as smoothly as possible. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L29. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L29 passes.
If you want to. Did you want to do it? Okay.
31.
Yep.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L031 and ask that it be displayed.
That is properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a strong showing of bipartisanship here on this one particular amendment only.
There were others.
Wait, yes, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I do want to thank the sponsors for their good work on this amendment and being able to get rid of some language on stringent air standards that would be very difficult to comply with, and just rise in full support of this and want to say thank you.
Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, thank you, Representative Soper. And we are, of course, in support of this amendment and worked with stakeholders as well as with our colleagues, and would appreciate an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L31. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L31 passes. Back to Amendment L26. Representative Oh, okay. Any further discussion on Amendment L26? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L26. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L26 passes. To the bill, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L45 and ask that it be displayed.
That is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment does three things. It adds language to the legislative declaration clarifying that we acknowledge that there are background levels of some of these toxics out there and that we do not intend to hold a particular industry accountable for something that they did not cause if that was just a natural part of the environment. Secondly, it aligns the definition of disproportionately impacted communities with existing law, in particular House Bill 21-1266. And third, it shifts dates for the requirement that businesses submit inventory reports to align with their existing reporting requirements around greenhouse gases. We ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L45. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L45 passes.
Go first, or should I?
To the bill.
Well, this is kind of where we introduced the...
You go
Okay.
first.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, thank you all so much for bearing with us. I hope that what you're seeing with all these amendments that we've run is that there has been a tremendous amount of stakeholding. We've been working on this since November, and there have been numerous meetings since that time, but I think things really picked up the pace over the course of the last couple weeks, where we started getting good, detailed written feedback from stakeholders and were able to really engage and make some negotiations. So we're really pleased with the progress we made. So now that we've gotten through those amendments, we thought maybe we would tell you what the bill does. This House Bill 1244 is about the regulation of air toxics, and I think it would be useful to say what those are. These are not greenhouse gases. These are not the EPA-regulated criteria pollutants such as ozone and sulfur dioxide and others. These are essentially a list of pollutants that the EPA designates as hazardous air pollutants that we will call toxics for today, that are the kinds of things that when they reach certain concentrations are likely to give people adverse health effects. In some cases that may be cancer, in other cases that may be asthma, in other cases it may be birth defects or a variety of other neurological or reproductive conditions. And so what we're really trying to achieve with this bill is establishing a program in Colorado that actually monitors these chemicals in our air, compares them to certain standards to make sure we know that we're not putting them into the environment at levels that are likely to cause human health. And then we are also empowering the Air Quality Control Commission to establish highest priority toxics based on the data and promulgate rules around emissions control regulations so that we can go to the industries that are responsible for some of these toxics in the community and ask them to install better technology to reduce their negative impact on the environment. We think that this is a smart program. We think it's going to have a tremendous impact on improving people's health by making sure that the air they breathe is clean and that we are putting their health first. So we're very proud of our work on this bill, and I'm happy to pass it along to my co-prime sponsor.
Representative Gonzalez-Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to quickly go through what this bill actually does. It significantly increases monitoring of toxics in communities. It requires identification of priority air toxics by rule. It requires that the state set protective health-based ambient air quality standards for the priority toxics, which essentially identify the goal level of toxics in the air and are foundational to our regulation of air toxics. It requires the adoption of emissions control regulations to reduce emissions of the priority toxic air contaminants from new, modified, and existing sources. These emission control regulations must reduce emissions of priority tax to the maximum degree achievable, taking into account costs. It requires a study to determine the state's needs to administer a permitting program for existing, modified, and new sources of toxic air contaminants. And of course, we ask for you to support House Bill 1244.
Any further discussion on House Bill? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
And with you.
Like any good bill, we might as well add another amendment to the pile. I move Amendment L037 and ask that it be displayed.
L037 has been properly moved and displayed. Please tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment says is that the state can't adopt a program until the Environmental Protection Agency promulgates federal rules concerning that particular toxin. The reason behind this is that the EPA just announced it is a funding program. You can see a news release if you'd like to, ensuring that clean and healthy air for all communities. The budget allocates $1.1 billion to improve air quality and reduce localized pollution, reduce exposure to radiation, and improve indoor air for communities across the country. This includes $152 million to support the development and implementation of national emission standards to reduce air pollution from vehicles, engines, and fuels. The budget also supports $299 million to assist air pollution control agencies in the development, implementation, and evaluation of programs for the national ambient air quality standards and to establish standards for reducing air toxins. I believe that certainly the EPA, which has a much larger budget than the CDPHE, that if they're identifying certain toxins, that we ought to follow their lead and also be in line for federal funding as well. Thank you.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Soper. I am going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think part of our concern here is that the EPA has limited its regulations to the 6 criteria air pollutants, where there are at least 187 additional pollutants that are likely to be causing negative health impacts. So I think the very point of this bill is to go above and beyond what the EPA is currently doing. So thank you for the suggestion. We do ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on L037? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L037. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L033 and ask that it be displayed.
L033 has been properly moved and displayed. Please tell us about it, Representative
Thank you, Madam
Will.
Chair. This amendment deals with appointments to the commission, and so they're made to include persons with appropriate scientific, technical, industrial, labor, agricultural experience, and legal training, or with experience on a commission, although no specific number of its members shall be required to be trained or experienced or subject matter experts. 3 members shall have appropriate private sector, technical, or industrial employment expertise. No more than 5 commissioners shall be members of one political party, and at least 3 members of the commission must represent geographic areas outside of the designated Denver Metro Front Range non-containment area. So we want people from the West Slope, all corners of Colorado, to be represented on this commission. Not ask for an aye vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my colleague here for bringing this amendment. And I'm going to tell you why it's so important that we have this type of an amendment. Oftentimes, people are appointed to different commissions that may not be qualified. I don't want to talk about some appointments that have been made in the Colorado Department of Agriculture to different agriculture appointments here in the last year, but if a person doesn't understand the industry, if they bring an agenda or an activist mindset and they're not really focused on the science, scientific, technical, industrial, labor, agriculture, and legal training, or a combination thereof, then typically those appointees don't perform well. Sometimes they actually have to step down because of the fact that they're not fulfilling the duties that commission really requires. So I really want the bill sponsors to think about this, particularly when the governor stands the risk of making these appointments. This will help guide that. This will help our next governor. So the right people are in the right jobs at the right time. People that have the knowledge base to perform the duties of the commission in a professional, objective, and in this case, scientific manner. So, I'm in strong support of this amendment. And I thank my colleague and the chairman of the Cowboy Caucus for bringing this. Thank you.
Any further, Representative Pico?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment. It ensures that people appointed are qualified, and when we have the scientific background, that we have the business and agricultural background, and we have geographic background, and the split on party affiliation. It's a good amendment. It ensures that there's a balance in the viewpoints that's taken, because it can be a very, very important program for the state of Colorado. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge an aye vote. This just brings balanced representation, which is greatly needed on the Air Quality Control Commission. This is a great amendment. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Will, for this creative amendment. This bill did not establish the Air Quality Control Commission. As most of you know, it's been around and has many other duties. We think that changing the composition of that board in this bill is a bit bigger of a bite than we're ready to take on at this point, so we ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on L033? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L033. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Any further discussion on Representative Soper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I briefly just wanted to come down here and talk directly to the bill and explain why I'm going to be a no vote on the bill. I still believe that, by and large, this bill puts the cart before the horse. That, first of all, we need to take a step back. And we first need to have a much more robust study process, which is why one thing we were prepared to offer was a full strike below with the study, which we didn't offer. But to fully step back. And then second of all, it's very difficult to have the ambient air measure for pollutants or toxins. Instead, the current system that we have is to measure point source pollutants or the discharge at the source of the pollution. And so to just say that like all the air in this chamber, all the air just hovering over a space, that somehow we can identify which particulate came from where is very difficult, because if you're one of the regulated entities, you're going to have a certain standard that you're held to under both CDPHE and the Air Quality Control Commission and under the EPA. And so you could have every single emitter in Colorado in full compliance with state and federal law, and under this bill, somehow you would still be in violation. And that's what I have a difficult time with. So that's why I'm going to be a no here. I think there's actually a better way to go about it. For example, considering the fact that we have a lot of pollution that drifts into Colorado from other states and other nations, and because we have the Rocky Mountains, it tends to stop here and get trapped here. I think we need to look to what other states are doing. I would highly suggest that as a body instead, we ought to probably be sending a formal letter to our Attorney General to go ahead and maybe even force the EPA through a lawsuit to really try to force other states like California to comply with EPA rules and regulations. That would be the approach I would rather see than what's in this bill. But thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to bring a little breath of fresh air to this debate and talk about... I think I'm being sent to the penitentiary.
You will be if you keep it up.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to talk a little bit about some of the scientific issues that are involved and the problems of trying to figure out what these toxic air contaminants are going to be and what we're going to take a look at. Right now, we've got a shopping list of almost 200 potential toxic air contaminants. We're going to try and focus on 5. And you take a look at the air quality in general, right now we have, based upon what the EPA currently looks at, which does not include any toxic air contaminants, but Denver metro area is about the only area in Colorado that has a significant problem in air quality. Most of the state is in tremendously good shape. I want to zero in a little bit on what the amendments that were passed a few minutes ago include. The scientific community includes individuals with experience in the fields of atmospheric physics or meteorology. Ladies and gentlemen, I fit under that. You ought to listen to me more than you do. We listen. But part of that is, as well, we spent a lot of time, a number of years down in Colorado Springs looking at monitors, air quality monitors, trying to find the instrumentation that could even detect what it is you're looking for, and even looking for what EPA currently tracks and what CDPHE currently tracks. That's a very expensive proposition. You have in here a fiscal note on this bill, which is extraordinarily unrealistic. We trying to track a multi-capable sensor that could track all the different things that we currently try to look for, we're over $1 million a sensor, and that's not reflected in the fiscal note. What this envisions really is not technically feasible. There is further the issue, as already been mentioned, that we already have processes in place between CDPHE, between and the EPA to petition the EPA, take a look at those things, identify what toxic air contaminants are that we need to take a look at, and go for it. Do I believe in fresh air? Absolutely. And clean air? Absolutely. Been working for 10 years, in public office trying to do exactly that, but trying to do so in a scientifically balanced, technically feasible manner. And this bill doesn't quite get there. The objectives, I actually agree with you. But how you get there in the process is important, and I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1244? Representative
Do you have a preference?
Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members. We really appreciate the debate on this bill, and we also truly appreciate the collaboration that we've had from everyone involved. So I do want to thank everyone that has participated in our stakeholder processes, to our colleagues who have worked with us, and the things that I really want to talk about is the issue around air quality, air toxics. We see that increasing research and studies are beginning to indicate negative mental health impacts from exposure to long-term air pollution, including potential increased risk of dementia, Alzheimer's, children's cognitive abilities, and even depression. I want to tell you why I decided to join onto this bill with my co-prime Representative Kennedy and co-prime sponsor this bill. And that's because of the community that I see the responsibility in representing, not only my district, which also has a large number of Latino population, but because as a member of the Latino community, I see it as also my responsibility to look out for my community. In Colorado, 1 in 3 Latino children have asthma. In counties that are over 25% Latino, keeping in mind that the statewide Latino population is 22%, approximately 59% of the 84,000 oil and gas wells, 3 of the 4 oil and gas waste landfills, and 51% of major air polluters are located within these counties. We heard from impacted community members with regards to this bill, and that's in fact who brought this policy forward. As I mentioned earlier, we continued to work and listen to industry. talking about all of the requirements that they already have and the costs to their industries. House Bill 1244 did not come to us from business, but it did come to us from communities that have been impacted by hazardous pollutants for generations, which is what we heard in testimony about the many health impacts, including death, that has affected generations of families that have been exposed to air toxics simply for living where they live. For communities and workers alike, they deserve better. They deserve to have their health prioritized and not pay the ultimate cost, loss of life. Members, community has been asking for those of us in our positions to take action and to ensure that we are protecting our most vulnerable communities, which means protecting the health of all Coloradans. And because of that, members, I ask for your support of House Bill 1244.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez, for all your work. And it's been a real pleasure working with you on this bill. My interest in this bill came from something that was happening in my own district. There's a medical device manufacturer in my district that uses ethylene oxides to sterilize medical equipment. And it's incredibly important. This is a chemical that is very effective at sterilizing medical equipment. And they've actually installed an impressive number of controls to make sure that it's not getting out there into the community. But there have been troubling data points out there. We're not doing the kind of monitoring that this bill would require, but we have seen indications from other evidence that it is possibly the case that the ethylene oxide levels in that community are giving people a significant elevated cancer risk. And so we figure the very least we could do is actually put monitoring stations in to find out if that's really the case. But this bill does do more than just the very minimum that we can do. In addition to the 6 monitoring stations that will be throughout Colorado, keeping track of whether we're exceeding health-based standards for these toxins, we are going to go ahead and take action and require industries to put in place the most robust controls that they can do in an economically and technically feasible way to try to reduce those negative impacts on these communities. So we're really proud of this. I also am so thankful to our friends across the aisle who showed us today that you can disagree without being disagreeable. We're really grateful for your conversations, even though we do have some differences. This kind of debate actually restores my faith in democracy. So I'm really thankful for all the conversations we've had, for all the stakeholders who've come to the table in meaningful ways over the last couple weeks, and we're excited about this bill. Bill, did I say? Bill, please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1244? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1244 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 198.
Senate Bill 198 by Senators Fenberg and Scott, also Representatives Weissman and Will, concerning measures to address orphaned wells in Colorado and in connection therewith creating the Orphaned Wells Mitigation Enterprise.
Representative Weissman.
We move Senate Bill 198.
To the bill, Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm really happy to be here with my co-prime Rep. Wiseman. I think this is the first bill we ran together. It is, so I appreciate that. But I'm really glad to be on this bill because this legislation is about doing what's right for Colorado and is built on compromise and understanding. This bill creates a dedicated funding stream for Colorado's Orphan Well program, and one that had consensus by all sides and has recently concluded financial assurance rulemaking. This industry is showing its dedication to being a partner by paying to clean up more of the orphan wells that we have. This legislation ensures that land currently affected by orphan wells is returned to the surface owner in good shape, reclamated, back in good shape, which benefits property owners. I see this bill as really a jobs bill and employment in my district as well. I think it's going to create some economic development, at least it will for short term, over in my neck of the woods. So I think this is a good bill. The fees that they're talking about charging are not exorbitant, and any company can afford it, I think. So and we're going to get some good, get some of these orphan wells plugged.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, and I do believe this is the first bill that Rep. Will and I have run together. Kirsten, maybe we can probably relate to being called last for the high school sports team on account of being at the end of the alphabet together.
Yeah, that's true.
But this is a significant bill. We're happy to say that it comes in a pretty consensus way with support from environmental advocates and the oil and gas industry and DNR. There really are very, very modest fees, but over time those will generate meaningful funds to clean up literally thousands of orphan wells in our state. An orphan well is one that cannot otherwise be cleaned up. What this means is environmental protection, means safety so people don't injure themselves nearby. It means getting the habitat back to a better condition for wildlife, particularly in areas the state like Rep. Will represents. And, you know, like I represent too, I'm an oil and gas impacted district as well. So we ask for your support on Senate Bill 198.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 198? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 198. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, we're good.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 204.
Senate Bill 204 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Lindsay and Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning repealing the requirement that the federal government confirm certain persons' statuses before issuance of an identification document and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Oh, sorry. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You probably couldn't see me there. I move Senate Bill 204.
To the bill. Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're here to present Senate Bill 204. Just for a little bit of background, after 9/11, the federal government established some standardization of ID practices, which created the SAVE verification system, which is an online service that allows federal, state, and local agencies to verify a benefit applicant's immigration status or naturalized derived citizenship. In Colorado in 2013, we also allowed temporary legal residents to access state-issued, non-real ID compliant identification. So through this process, the DMV does verify the person's identity and that the person is lawfully present. Since Coloradans with temporary lawful status aren't getting real ID compliant documents, there's no need for the state to check via the SAVE system. This bill removes that requirement.
Representative Gonzalez, Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an amendment, so I move Amendment L001 and ask that it be displayed.
L001 has been moved and displayed. Please tell us about it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this amendment came from the Department of Revenue. What they pointed out to us was that because of the way in which their system is set up, that it is not feasible for them to change the SAVE notification piece as soon as possible. So the safety clause will remain in place so that they can receive the funding in order to do so. But the effective date in which that they are to start to stop sending SAVE verifications will take place on January 1st, 2023 to allow their time to catch up technologically. I ask for an aye vote on L1.
Any further discussion on L001? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L001. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 204? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 204 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill. Oh, no, maybe not. I see Representative Roberts is ready. Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 98.
Senate Bill 98 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representatives Roberts and Will, concerning a task force to examine the creation of a program allowing for the use of donated unused drugs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 98.
To the bill, Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 98, colleagues, is a bill that will create a task force to examine the feasibility of creating a prescription drug reuse program in Colorado. Because of the price of prescription drugs being so high, there has been a desire by many people in Colorado to get their unused drugs to other patients who may be struggling with costs. Of course, there are serious safety concerns with that. So what this bill proposes in its amended form out of the Senate is to create a task force that will study this issue over the interim and make recommendations on how Colorado may be able to set up a program where people can dispense their unused prescription drugs and they can be used by other patients in need of prescription drugs because of the high cost. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Will.
Thank you, and thank you to my co-prime for being here on time. I was actually back trying to steal Oreo cookies. Senate Bill 98, it creates the requirements for the donating of unused drugs, which is excellent, and receiving and accepting drug donations, redispensing, administering unused drugs to eligible patients, storing, repackaging, labeling donated drugs, record keeping related to the donation, receipt, reuse of the donated drugs, and the State Board of Pharmacy to develop specific rules for receiving and packaging and redispensing of these drugs. You know, the price of prescription drugs has risen dramatically and continues to rise. This presents real financial challenges to many of the people across the state of Colorado, and so many people seeking to fill prescriptions, it's expensive. At the time, there was individuals and manufacturers that have surplus and unused medicines. Let's don't let those go to waste. Let's get them back in the hands of the people that can use them. And by creating this prescription drug reuse program, these excess drugs can be collected and redistributed at no charge to patients who've been prescribed those. So anyway, this bill is a study bill. It's there's no fiscal note associated with it, and I think it's a great option for prescription drug and benefits of all eligible patients, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill concerns me just from a safety and a national security threat. I think this is a bad idea to be taking pills that have been outside of a chain of custody and reintroducing them into the medical process. You know, most of our medicines are made overseas anyway. We have had scares in the past. Perhaps you'll remember the Tylenol scare of the 1980s, where the drugs were tainted, and I think this opens us up to grave threats. Oh, and let's talk the fentanyl too. We talked the fentanyl issue, and it does not take very much fentanyl being added to this that can taint the entire supply chain. It just it reeks of a bad idea with good intentions, but I'm a no on this. I hope you are too. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Hanks. And I would share those same concerns. However, on this, it is a study bill. We're going to see and determine some of those things, but yeah, I think that's always of utmost importance and have the same concerns. But at this point, it's a study bill, and we'll see what happens there. So.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 98. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 98 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 51.
Senate Bill 51 by Senator Hansen, also Representative Sirota, concerning policies to reduce emissions from the built environment.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 51, the Appropriations Report, the Finance Report, and in the Energy and Environment Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
In appropriations, the bill currently includes tax credits for air source and ground source heat pumps and energy storage systems, and it had a 10-year sunset. Now, due to the appropriations report, it will have a 2-year sunset on those credits.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Report passes. To the Finance Report, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made some just technical cleanup language amendment in the Finance Report. Ask for your aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Finance Report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Report passes. To the Energy and Environment Report, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This also was a little bit of technical cleanup language, and also allowed for the inclusion of if you have to upgrade your energy panel in the course of installing a heat pump, you can include the energy panel upgrade cost in the sum total for application to the tax credit.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Energy and Environment Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Energy and Environment Report passes. To the bill, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Buildings account for nearly 40% of annual greenhouse gas emissions from operations, including heating and cooling and maintenance, materials and construction and demolition. We are working in this state in myriad ways to meet our emission reduction goals. This is but one way to incentivize the use of green building materials and heat pumps, which are good for the climate, good for our air quality, and also good for consumers' pocketbooks, as these products will save people money over the long term on their energy bills. And so the bill establishes a 10% tax credit for air source and ground source heat pumps and heat pump water heaters, a 10% tax credit for residential energy storage systems, and provides a sales, storage, and use tax exemption for decarbonizing building materials, green building materials. And I ask for your aye vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the bill. Much of this it's talking about electrifying buildings and electrifying all of the types of stuff. And that should be a private decision that somebody makes rather than being pushed into it or incentivized it at the expense of everybody else. When you incentivize a program, you're basically taking taxpayer money from elsewhere, either in reduced taxes that go into the pot, or you're providing some sort of a bonus or incentive. In this case, it's a tax incentive. You're reducing the taxes, reducing the amount of money that is available that everybody else has to pay into. So it's a net loss. The issue that I have with this is that it assumes that you're reducing greenhouse gas emissions because you're electrifying your buildings. And you may reduce greenhouse gas emissions at the building, but you're transferring all of that to the power source that is generating electrical energy to do that. Green energy production isn't going to fit that need. I've said many times, for example, in the case of transportation, there are no such things as zero emission vehicles. They're all coal or natural gas powered because that's what powers them. And this is the same thing here. The heat pumps are still powered by the central power that comes in there. You can reduce that. You can have solar panels on the roof. You can reduce what your load is. But in the end, it's coming from a power plant somewhere through the power grid. And as more and more homes are built with electric,
you are imposing a considerable increased load on the electric grid, on the distribution grid, that all of us have to pay for. And for those reasons, I recommend a no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 51. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 51 passes. Madam Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You look so disappointed, and you have to say the whole thing.
It's a long name.
Madam Chair, I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 193.
Upon that motion, Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 193.
Senate Bill 193 by Senators Fenberg and Gonzalez, also Representatives Valdez A. and Froelich, concerning measures to improve air quality in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 93, the Appropriations Committee report, the Energy and Environment Committee report.
193.
193.
To the Energy and Environment Committee report.
In the Appropriations Committee, they appropriated. And I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Now to the Energy and Environment report. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Energy and Environment Committee, we unfortunately struck a portion of the bill about diesel trucks, and we added adaptive electric bicycles and cleaned up some language, and it was a very successful, fun committee, and I asked for a yes vote on the committee report.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you're telling me you struck diesel trucks, but you included bicycles, kind of a one-for-one. So why did we take out the trucks? I'm just very curious.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We unfortunately had to do that because the technology isn't there yet. So we had hoped to, and we will. I think it is part of something we all want to do, is get the dirtiest emitters off the road, and we'll just do that as soon as technology catches up to it. We didn't add bicycles. We already had bicycles in it. We added adaptive bicycles to make sure that all folks could participate in the program, and I asked for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Energy and Environment report? Seeing none, the question before us is the E&E report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for indulging us. We have a little bit of a cleanup that we need to get taken care of before we go to the meat and potatoes of the bill. So I would ask that I move Amendment L21 to Senate Bill 193, and I ask that it be displayed.
Oh, no, it was distributed on your desks.
L021 is a multi-page amendment which was distributed yesterday on your desks. Representative Valdez, please tell us about it.
All right, thank you. So it does two things. It brings Colorado law into compliance with federal clean air statutes, so it's a cleanup there. It does so by providing the judicial review of the Air Pollution Control Division's failure to grant or deny a permit will be available until the division grants or denies the permit, and the second part allows the Air Pollution Control Division to engage private contractors and consultants in some of the work that they do specifically for modeling and permit development. So basically allowing us to use outside folks to do some of the work for us, should that be necessary.
Minority,
ask for an aye vote.
Sorry. Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So you were talking about this allows you to use some outside folks. And is this for some of the air quality monitoring that we see mentioned in Section 10?
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. So essentially what it is, it's the ability to hire contractors and experts around the modeling, which is part of the permitting process. So it'll probably allow them to move quicker as they develop models to give them the information they need to decide whether or not to grant or to not grant a permit. So more to the permits and the modeling.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Minority Leader. This was actually a request from business that we not be holding up the permitting process, and if there aren't enough people to do the work, that we get to it.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Actually, I like that very much, and I appreciate that. One of the concerns as I was reading the bill was that we did have in somewhat in the same section, as we model what we keep talking about are in some degree the non-attainment areas, and as a grouping, right? We've got non-attainment in places like Fort Collins, Loveland. We've even got non-attainment in Weld County because people drive somewhere else. And so, partly because of where your amendment comes, but also what I was concerned with, I move substitute amendment L026 and ask for it to be displayed.
L026 has been moved as a substitute to L021. It has been displayed, so please tell us about it.
Thank you very much. So what this does is, as we're talking about modeling and taking a look at what we're considering in terms of pollution and the remediation of that pollution, we keep treating things regionally. We keep treating things as non-attainment areas. And what this amendment actually says is, in analyzing that data and those models, in analyzing data regarding national ozone ambient air quality standards, the division, using any available localized air monitoring data, shall take into account the location and historic differential of atmospherical pollution on a county-by-county basis. Department of Public Health and Environment, in concluding any analysis regarding ozone ambient air quality standards, shall include in the analysis county-specific data developed by the division. I would ask for an aye vote just because I think it does a better job of modeling, and it can feed into the modeling that you were describing.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. I think this is a situation where we would want to leave it to the experts in the processes, and they've already gone through processes within the departments to develop how these things work. I wouldn't want to get into that level of technical instruction and telling them how to go about doing what they're doing, but it is our understanding that this is likely already happening, and to be more prescriptive than necessary is just going to encumber their ability to issue permits and to come to final conclusions on the impacts of polluters. So we ask for a no vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I've got the report from the EPA, the data county by county across the entire country. That is data that is available, and it includes, and the data that I have is, again, it's EPA data. It's your data. And it goes into all of the different contaminants, ozone, all the different particulate matters, and so forth. And what we have here is a program that is focused really on the air quality issues that are mostly Denver metro area, and applying it across the state, where in reality, county by county are hugely different issues. And this type of amendment here is exactly what you need. You need to ensure that CDPHE is doing that county by county, making sure that you're doing it to local data as opposed to something else. And I will digress for just a moment, with your permission, to tell you of some of the issues that we've had in El Paso County dealing with CDPHE on this very issue. Because we were getting ozone alerts based upon northern Colorado as opposed to what was in our area. And I did engage with CDPHE, and I did engage with them on the air quality issues, ozone issues, county by county, and forced them to make those kind of determinations and make that distinction. And so we got tailored data. It is within their technical capability to do so. They need to be told that this is a requirement and needs to be in this bill. And I ask for your support.
Minority Leader McKean.
No, you're fine. Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, and this is something that we've been aware of, is that the data is being collected. What we're asking is that that data in those county-specific data modules be fed into the modeling. And so that instead of just looking regionally, what we're actually doing is looking at it as county by county. El Paso, what is the visceral nature of air quality in El Paso County, and not just an attainment area of El Paso County because a lot of people commute to Denver. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L026? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L026. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Minority Leader McKean, we are back to L021.
We are. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're still talking about air quality control programs. We're still talking about the pieces of this bill that are touch, and I move Amendment L023 as a substitute amendment and ask for it to be displayed. 2, 3. Thank you. So this one is actually
L023 has been properly moved and displayed as a substitute to L021. Minority Leader McKean, you can tell us about it when you're ready.
Thank you so much. A funny thing happened on the way to the floor, and that was that I looked at the fiscal note in detail. Let me grab it. And I didn't just look at the fiscal note, I looked at the re-engrossed version of the bill. And in the re-engrossed version of the bill on page 4, we have a line item, or a line in that says that in the end of the ledge deck, it says $7 million will be appropriated to the Department of Public Health and Environment to finance the aerial surveying of pollutants. And so that became a conversation of exactly what does that mean. So I thought I would go to section 10 where that's called out. And in fact, I in the meantime did go to the fiscal note. It says aerial surveying. This bill appropriates $7 million from the general fund to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to finance the aerial surveying of pollutants. Money appropriated is available to the CDPHE through fiscal year 2024-25. And so when I looked it up and I went to the appropriations section of the bill, I ended up on page 40, and I guess it's probably wise just to read this. So what it says is, for the 22-23 state fiscal year, $7 million is appropriated to the Department of Public Health and Environment for use by the Air Pollution Control Division. This appropriation is from the general fund. Any money appropriated in this subsection that is not expended before July 1, 2023 is further appropriated to the department for the 23-24 and 24-25 state fiscal years for the same purpose. To implement this act, the division may use this appropriation as follows: $6,909,275. I'm going to say that one again. $6,909,275 for personal services related to administration, which amount is based on an assumption that the division will require an additional 1.5 FTE. So I'm really, like, my third grade skills are at peak right now, because I looked at $6,909,275, and then I go down 2 lines and it tells me that's for 1.5 FTE. But I digress for a second, because actually what we're talking about here is, as we go on down, that this money is actually being appropriated in part for aerial surveying of pollutants. And so my question is, what are we doing? How are we doing this aerial surveying? And so that's a part of a question, and you can just answer it as we discuss this amendment, because what it really made me realize is that there is a dire risk of us going out to collect information about pollutants and then collecting a whole lot of other information that we probably don't have a right to have. So this amendment tries to say that we ought to limit that in whatever degree we can, that mirrors private property rights and due process. So this actually says, the commission may only conduct aerial monitoring pursuant to this Article 7 if a judge of a court of competent jurisdiction issues a search warrant authorizing the aerial monitoring, or if the aerial monitoring covers only an area that is within a public right-of-way and does not include airspace that is more than 50 feet above the ground. Here's why that's important. People have a right to their privacy, and they have a right to their privacy from the boundary of their land to the heavens. So if you think about it, why is it that we really have a lot of building codes about the kind of building you build for its safety, for its durability? But we don't talk about, unless you're right under the DIA airspace, we don't talk a lot about what the vertical component is, because that is your property. You have that envelope of property to build in, and you have the right to the privacy as that property line heads up to the heavens. When we talk about aerial monitoring, when we talk about taking a look at where pollutants come from, people have a right to the privacy of their land. They have a right to the privacy of what they do on their property. And that means that if any of this equipment were to be used and were to collect, let's just say, images of what you're doing in the back 40 acres of your pasture, or by chance collect images or data of any kind that is not related to air pollution, we would be outside the scope of what we're talking about here. So my offer is that we limit this to either acquiring a search warrant or taking care of business from the public right-of-way and no more than 50 feet in the air, so we don't encounter any airspace issues. I would ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L023? Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. This is a very interesting amendment. We have to, you know, I guess, aviator to aviator, talk about airspace rules and Class Bravo and all this kind of stuff, but these are not your traditional surveilling equipment that's being done. These are specialized tools to measure chemical discharges from smokestacks and other parts of buildings. And I would imagine, like all things, once you discard them, they become part of the public space, and they become subject to whatever anybody wants to do with them because you have dumped them into the air. So I have full confidence that our government, our state government, will follow the established rules about altitudes and flying and surveilling these emissions, so I would ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Representative Valdez, and truly thank you, because you said a lot of things there that I can agree with. I guess my concern would be that without denoting it in the bill, can the average citizen have an understanding and a comfort that in collecting some of those emissions or collecting data about them, that those aircraft or those monitoring pieces of equipment, drones, that they would not cross over private property. And I think that that's really where we're coming from on this, right? The people who own that private property, you're welcome to sample anything you want. As you said, it's an effluent in the sky. You can go sample that all you want. But if you cross into private property to do that, do you have the right to do so? A question posed to you.
Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. I'm not sure. I mean, it's been a long time since I studied the Colorado Real Estate Manual, but I don't think that property lines actually extend in there. I think air rights are probably something entirely different, which is why you see buildings like the ones out the window here where they're built up in the air and have these carve-outs. So I would have to refer to an attorney, but what I can assure you is that the instrumentation used to measure these types of emissions are not cameras as we understand them. They are sensing equipment that's looking for very particular elements coming out. Unfortunately, they're not visible with a camera. They don't look like little, bugs coming out of the top of a smokestack. So we'll just have to rely upon the government to, do a good job, and we still ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you again, Representative Valdez, and I really do appreciate that. We may have a different reaction to trust the government and rely on the government. Those two statements might elicit a different reaction between the two of us. If I hear trust the government, I kind of get tense, and especially when we're talking about this. And I guess I would just say that it seems in our discussion that the record might show that it is not the intention to acquire data about people's private property at ground level. It is to sample air that is emitting from various industrial type activities. And I think if we can say that that's what the record shows, then I'm okay. I think, this is belts and suspenders and probably socks and, some extra laces in here. But it is that concern that when you have sampling, that it is contained in what we think it might be and not beyond that. So I appreciate your answers. I would still ask for an aye vote because I think it's a good idea.
Any further discussion on L23? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L23. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L23 fails. To L21. And Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's the interesting thing as we go through these amendments, the pieces that it touches. And as we're talking about this amendment, as we're talking about 21, and we're talking about the modeling and pollution, it does remind me of something that became an issue this last year. And truly what it is a lot of the rhetoric that we've heard around air quality. So we've heard a lot of rhetoric, and we've had it here, we've had it elsewhere, about the world's worst air quality, about what it is that's going on in Denver these days. And as you've heard me say, I think that we failed to take into account some things that are fascinatingly now being taken into account by the Environmental Protection Agency. Last year, we had some of the most severe wildfires in California and Oregon. We had a tremendous amount of incoming aerial pollution. We had carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxides, nitrogen dioxides. We had a lot of the products that add to the creation of ground level ozone. We also had a lot of the haze that we all saw. That was this last year. The year before, we had the three largest wildfires in the history of this state. And in fact, one of the more amazing little pieces of data to this was not through what chemicals were in our air, but it was the day of and I'm going to try to remember all of the fires. We had Cameron Peak, and then we had, what was the other one that came across Grand Lake? We had the other big one, East Troublesome. So the day East Troublesome sparked up, that day people in Loveland, Colorado had pine needles on their cars. Right? So here it is. It's 70 miles away. And this fire is actually leaving debris on our cars in Loveland. So the concern of how we measure air quality along the Front Range, and not just how we measure air quality, but how we specifically go about the measurement and what that measurement means. So we've heard a lot about the worst air quality in the world. Well, yes, because our forests were on fire. We also had higher air quality. We had ground level ozone problems. We had all of that. But when we take the amount of data that came in those wildfires in August of last year and then the year before in September and October, we had some of the worst air quality because our woods were on fire. And what that did was it actually added large spikes to our air quality that is measured by the EPA over is it a 5-year average? It's a 5-year average. And so we had 2 years out of 5 where we had remarkably large pollution events taking place. And because those 2 years out of 5 skew the entire average, what we really did was we entered into a more difficult time of EPA regulation, and we are now at the cusp, at the edge of going from serious non-attainment to severe non-attainment. Now, I would ask for a show of hands, but I'm not going to. How many people in here understand what it means when you go from serious to severe? Look, their hands. One of the tools that's a part of that process is a different blend of gasoline. They're changing the fuels that we burn so that they can burn cleaner. Those fuels could have the possibility of pushing gas prices up for Colorado families by about 60 cents a gallon. Now I've got some attention because we talked about our pocketbooks. 60 cents a gallon. In addition, because of a regulation that is to try to meet attainment by the Environmental Protection Agency, who is using a 5-year average, of which 2 years were an extreme event of large wildfires adding to pollution. In a minute. In just a minute. I'll offer them in a second. So the reason why I bring this substitute amendment is because I think we need to be aware of that fact. I think we need to be aware of what it means to be in non-attainment
Minority
and
Leader
what it
McKeon,
means to
I'm
go
sorry,
from
I don't
serious
see
to
the
severe.
substitute amendment.
I have it, but I'm about to offer it.
Gotcha.
So I think we need to understand what that difference is. And so along that vein, I offer substitute amendment L028 and ask for it to be displayed.
L028 has been displayed. Please tell us
Thank
about
you
it.
very, very much. Folks, this amendment is merely direction. It doesn't guarantee anything. It's just direction. And what it says is, in preparing revisions to the state implementation plan mentioned in this bill, the Department of Public Health and Environment shall seek a waiver from the United States Environmental Protection Agency to demonstrate that for areas of the state classified as non-attainment areas, the areas would be able to attain compliance with the non-severe national ozone ambient air quality standards, but for emissions subject to a waiver under Section 179B of the Federal Act, and B, the air quality effects of exceptional events as determined by the administrator in accordance with 40 CFR 50.14 from wildfires arising in neighboring states. Folks, this is common sense. This says let's take accountability for the pollution we create, but let's not bankrupt the families of this state by accepting responsibility for California and Oregon and now Arizona and Utah not putting their damn fires out. If what that does is it brings a 60 cent per gallon increase to the families of this state, we have failed our jobs. If that brings a 60 cent per gallon increase to the families of this state, we have now told people, we're going to charge you more to get to work. We're going to charge you more to get your kids to soccer practice. We're going to charge you more because we failed to ask for a waiver. And bless our hearts, the best thing we could possibly do is this, and then a couple years from now, if we don't have any more of these extreme events, take a look at it again. And if we're still in a serious to severe noncompliance, have that discussion then. But right now, that running average of 5 years is weighted so hard with 2 tough years that we're doing a disservice to our people if we do not take a look at what we can do without asking for this waiver. I urge an aye vote. Let's ask the EPA to give us a waiver, and let's figure out where we are long term.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in very strong support of this amendment. This used to be what Colorado did. This waiver has been on the books for a long time. It was used by every governor before the current. This is a process by which we could measure and take out extraordinary events so that you get a much more accurate depiction about what your air quality is and is not. We keep hearing about how we had the worst air quality. Well, only if you're downwind of a fire. The rest of the time, we had pretty good air quality. Denver, the metro area, Boulder, Denver, has the worst air quality in Colorado, but by no means is that the worst air quality in the country, and by no means is that the worst air quality in the world. We keep hearing that tossed out there, worst air quality in the world. But it's absolutely not true. I've got the data right here. I've got the data for all the different countries. And we are in very, very good shape. We are not in the process of having that kind of problem. World Country Region Ranking. Out of 73 countries, USA only ranks 65th on worst air quality. Who's got the worst? Well, certainly not here, not on this continent. Which cities, which counties in the United States have the worst air quality? None in Colorado. The worst air quality is in California, Illinois, Pennsylvania, the heavily industrialized Midwest. Denver's in the top 10 of worst air quality, but the rest of the state is in very, very good shape. So what are we going to do here? We're going to impose standards across Colorado based upon unusual events when the waiver process already exists, has been used, and provides a much more accurate description about what the problems are that we have. What the bill will do is penalize all Coloradans to pay an enormous bill, which I'll talk about later, to come up with this stuff based upon the fact that we had some fires in neighboring states and a few here that wiped out the air quality standards for a couple of days. That's not going to be solved by electrifying school buses. So let's get a rational grip on what the problems are and are not, what the cost is to all the citizens of Colorado that this bill would impose. The amendment puts some rational thought of using the existing EPA regulations, federal regulations, and the precedent that was set by every previous Colorado governor. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Froelich.
We don't think this is a good idea, and we ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we talk about a lot of ideological goals in this building. We talk a lot about what if we did this, what if we did that. What this bill is actually asking for, and in fact the amendment that this is substituting, is talking about the modeling of pollution, the modeling of what measurements we get and how we interpret that data and what decisions we make from it. And yet, where we are right now today is in a place where we're already admitting we don't have all the data, and yet we're making decisions that will cost families in this state thousands of dollars. And I don't just throw that word out. This will cost families thousands of dollars. I sent out a newsletter last week, and I was going home late one night, and it struck me. I had to fill up my car, and it was $93. And 93 is, whatever, it's a number, but it's a high number. And then I realized that I'll have to do that 2.5 times this week to get here to work. So that's 5 times every 2 weeks. That's 10 times every month. That means it's $930 for me to get to work. And that means that that's a mortgage payment. That means for me to get to work at the current cost of gasoline, the inflated cost of gasoline, right now today is $930 a month. And that means that if we then take the increase in price, I'm not at $930 a month. I'm at $1,100 a month. That's a mortgage payment and my utilities. And that's the real cost to families. That's the real cost to families who are saying, I don't know if we can do braces. I don't know if you can go do soccer camp because I have to get to work. I have to do the things we need to do. I got to go to the grocery store. I got to go see grandmother. I don't know if we can afford the things that you want us to do or that we need to do. Tell your kid they're not getting braces. Now, some kids are going to be like, hot dog, that's the best news I've ever had. Some kids will understand that you cannot make the investment in the rest of their lives. That is not where we should put ideology over practicality. This amendment is a practical amendment. Doesn't say the waiver be granted. It just says they shall apply for the waiver, and then the EPA gets to sort of filter through what that 5-year average looks like, what exactly it is that they're trying to do, and what the tools they have at their disposal to help. Folks, this is an amendment that says let's ask for help. It's not like men not asking for directions. This is saying let's ask the experts. Let's ask for help. This is an aye vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add a little bit to that, talking about the cost impacts. What this bill will do without this amendment is spend $125 million of taxpayer money, and the measures will drive up the costs to utilities, will cost of gasoline and everything else. Spend that or spend a little bit of ink out of the governor's pen. That's the difference. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to be in favor of this amendment. Let's take this a little bit further on the costs. If you eat it, if you wear it, if you drive it, if you put your feet in them to walk, everything in this country comes by a truck. Everything. I kept telling people all summer long when these forest fires were raging in California and Washington, Oregon, I said, we are going to see legislation this session to try to pin this whole cost on us, even though it's not our fault. We're going to raise the cost on deliveries. We're going to raise the cost on living just through that, because these transportation companies cannot absorb it. They have to pass it on. We are where the buck stops, and we are making it so expensive to live in this state right now. And with this amendment, like the minority leaker spoke of, this does not guarantee we get the waiver. We have to ask. The worst that can be said is no. Then we strategize and move forward. This is a necessary step to get to that point, to give us the time to step back, make a plan, and move forward. So I'm in full support of this amendment. It's a common sense amendment. It's a Colorado Families Amendment. Let's vote yes.
Minority Leader McKean. Do you have a substitute for your substitute?
No, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I don't come up here and beat up an amendment like this very often. And I do this one because it means so much. A couple of years ago, we all heard that Governor Polis was not going to ask for another waiver. We all heard it, and many of us thought, well, you know, that's too bad. Are we just entering into an acceptance of what we have? Is there some desire that we don't know about? And at that point, what it meant was that we sort of stayed kind of where we were. Now, that decision means that we begin hurting families. And that's really where I step up and where I start to talk about this amendment in ways, because here it is. We're not going to see this amendment on third reading. This is a substantive thing to put into this bill that actually means something to Colorado families. This is a substantive thing that we can do to try to make sure that we do not drive up the cost of living in this state. It is a thing, it is an amendment, it is a decision that we can make as a body that says we will do everything we possibly can to make sure that we make common sense, science-based, rational decisions about where we go in this policy. A yes on this amendment, in my opinion, says I'm in it with Colorado families. Shoulder to shoulder, hip to hip, we're going to figure this thing out. And as we see rising gas prices, we're going to do everything we can. We're going to do everything we can to help you. A no on this amendment means you're okay with that. A no on this amendment means you're okay with rising gas prices. A no on this amendment means families are on their own. And I don't think that's right. Vote yes.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And with you.
Thank you. Members, sitting in my seat, it looks to me like the city of Denver has a designation that's impacting the people that live in Dove Creek, Colorado. We need to ask for this amendment for a number of reasons. Denver is not Colorado complete. Raising gas prices all over the state of Colorado because of a designation in Denver doesn't seem to be what you and I would want to do as far as passing rules and regulations for the benefit of the state. In those little communities that I represent, it is tough. The wages are not nearly what they are here, but it still costs an awful lot to get from where you're going, from where you're at to where you're going. Long distances to go to the doctor, long distances to go to the grocery store, long distances to where if you need something special, you've got to drive maybe 120 to 130 miles to get that part that will keep your combine in the field. I know that doesn't make much sense to some of us that live in this urban corridor, but it makes great sense to the people that live out in those little big vista areas. Those big vistas represent long miles. And if we're going to get up in the $6 a range gallon per gas, there are a number of the people out in my country that will probably just figure out they're going to have to give it up. So I guess if you're really after no more pollution, if we all quit out there and sell our places to somebody from California that doesn't care if he raises a crop or not, or from New York City, maybe that's what you want. Maybe that's where we're headed. But tonight, think about the rest of the state of Colorado. I get emails from constituents of yours asking me to vote for issues that they think are important. I don't know if you get emails from my constituents. Most of them want to talk to me in the grocery store, the parts store, or the restaurant. They don't send many emails. But your constituents ask me to vote for them. I'm down here tonight asking you to vote for my constituents. This is a simple ask. This is something the state of Colorado can do. This is something the governor of the state of Colorado can do. The whole state. He's not the governor of Denver. And we are getting to the point that we're very, very urban-centric in this room. Stop for a moment and think about some of the areas that maybe you visited but probably haven't. I don't think many of you have been to Yellow Jacket or to Bedrock, and I do represent Bedrock. All joking aside, this is an important amendment. This is something the state of Colorado can do right away. This is something that we can find out, can we get a handle on this without every individual family in the state of Colorado paying the price? My constituents are not a part of this pollution problem in downtown Denver. Please vote yes.
Minority Leader McKean.
Madam Chair, thank you. I was really trying to get Representative Catlin to say Dove Creek because I did go through Dove Creek last year and I did stop and take a picture and I did send it to you. And you know, I was taking a couple days away. Last year I got about 3 days off from this job and it was a delight. I understand that's probably against some work rules somewhere, but you know, I'm just saying. So I'm driving through Dove Creek, I take a picture, send it to you, and next thing I know I get a phone call. What are you doing in my district?
This is a lovely story, but does it pertain to L028?
I was really hoping you'd ask. It sure does. I stopped to get gas in Dove Creek. Rep. Catlin says, thank you, we need the money. Well, you got it. You got it because gas in Dove Creek cost me 12 cents a gallon more than it did in Grand Junction. Anybody want to think about why? It's because it's remote. It's because it takes more trucking to get it there. It's because to pay to get that gas to that station and make 3 cents a gallon on the sale of that gas, they got to charge me 12 cents more. And that means that if gas prices go up, who does it hurt the worst? It hurts the very people that are at the end of the road. It hurts the very people that are already struggling to make their ends meet. It hurts the very people who are already climbing up on top of that combine to stick a nozzle in that tank and know that that's $100, $200, $300. For the grain that they sell for the same price they did last year when that gas was 2/3 the cost it is today. That's why I'm passionate standing up here. A yes vote on this supports families, supports farmers in Dove Creek. They got to move a lot of rocks out of the way over there, by the way, just so you know. I saw a couple guys turning some ground and I'm like, man, I remember picking up rocks, but I remember picking up rocks that big. But you know what? Those folks are just trying to scrap out a living. They're just trying to make ends meet. A yes vote on this amendment says, you know what? We've got your back. A no vote on this amendment says, we're good with rising gas prices. A no vote on this amendment says, we're good with taking more money out of your pocket for something we're not even sure works. And that's one of the things that I will leave you with. Is that the recombinated gasolines that we've been talking about are measured to be about 20% less effective at altitude. And guess what? Denver isn't even as high as Dove Creek. But they're 20% higher, 20% less efficient to use those gasolines than what we're using today. And all we got to do is ask the governor to ask the EPA for a waiver. That's all it says. Doesn't say it's going to happen, just says go ask. Heck, I've asked my mom for stuff for years. Like I've asked for recipes for chocolate chip cookies, which I believe if I change one critical ingredient, that's now my recipe, but that's not about this amendment.
I was going to say, you've lost me again.
Well, I bring you back every time. That's the goal. Folks, this amendment says let's do something. Something is a yes for this amendment, a yes for Colorado families.
Any further discussion on L028? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L028. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. We are back to L021. Is there any further discussion on L021? Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you. I would vote no on this amendment.
Now, is there any further discussion on L021? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L021. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 193? Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a no vote on this bill. We talked about this in committee quite a bit, and I don't know if you want to touch on this, but I asked Representative Valdez, with all due respect, I said, well, you know, there's ambient air, we're getting air quality from other states, we're getting air from China, and What are we going to do about that? Are we going to control what China's bringing us? And I think your answer was we're going to lead. And again, with all due respect, we're not leading China. I mean, they're building coal plants. They're not really concerned about our air quality. So Representative McKean mentioned this, Leader McKean, we don't know if this is going to work. And I think putting this on our taxpayers when the cost of living is so darn high right now and gas prices are so darn high is absolutely the wrong thing to do. So I urge a no vote. This is going to hurt Colorado.
Any further discussion? Minority Leader McKean. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Well, how about that? We passed that amendment. Now we're on to the bill. We want to tell you a little bit about what it does. This is a great bill. 193 is how we make transformative investments in changing the paradigm on Colorado's air quality. One of the most interesting things I learned over the summer is that this is one of the most bipartisan issues in the state, concern about air quality. I'm the co-chair of the Latino Caucus, and we did a study that showed 87% approval across the aisle, which is really interesting, but not so interesting because we all have to breathe air, and it's important. So what does this bill do? It makes investments in small businesses to help them to implement cleaning up their operations. It electrifies school buses so school children don't breathe diesel particulate and all of the noxious chemicals that come out of the tailpipe of their bus. It ensures that the kids are healthier. It also modernizes our compliance with the Clean Air Act. This is a great bill that's going to lead to healthier kids, which will become healthier adults in a healthier state where we can all breathe clean air. If we can't be for that, what can we be for? At the end of the day, we are being called a severe non-attainment area because we have a major problem. It doesn't escape me that about 48 hours ago, there were people down here talking about asthma and how serious those sorts of health conditions are. This bill is aimed at helping to create a better situation not only for us, but for future generations, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative, any further discussion on Senate Bill 193? Minority Leader McKean, welcome back.
Thank you so much. I missed you while I was gone. I get a little squirrely when I hear transformative change. The reason I get a little squirrely when I hear that is that there's a certain attitude about, okay, we're going to transform this. We all know that the incremental things that we do, incremental changes that we make, are likely the most lasting, the most effective changes that we can make. And so the reason why I tend to my ears perk up when I hear transformative change is it means often that we're doing big swaths of things that we can only do in times where we either have unbridled political power or unbridled financial resources. And right now we have unbridled financial resources. Hang on one second. If you recall, way back in the long back, we were talking about a bill that affects this bill. See how I did that? I wanted to make sure you know they're tied together. We talked about the long bill, and in the long bill, there was this little piece of the long bill that had something alarming in it. It had the Air Pollution Control Division with about a 7,000% increase. You guys remember that? It went from $600,000 to $45 million. And I thought, wow, that's a big jump. That's big stuff. Well, that's exactly what we're talking about here is the Air Pollution Control Division. And in the Air Pollution Control Division, if I might refer y'all back to it, we were talking about something way back here in the appropriation section. And what we said was, what the bill says, is for the 2022-23 fiscal year, $7 million is appropriated to the Department of Public Health and Environment for use by the Air Pollution Control Division. That same division that we heard went from $600,000 to $45 million. Remember that? That was a fascinating little piece of that book, and sometimes I look for fascinating little things like that, kind of like the back page to this bill. And so in it, it said this appropriation is from the general fund. General fund. So that's a really important piece of this puzzle too, the general fund. General fund of the state are the dollars that we protect the most. Why? Because we have something called Tabor. And Tabor matters. Tabor matters because the general fund is where money goes into that we can spend on anything. And over the years, we have cash funds and we have different things that we can use for different purposes. But the general fund is where we keep the money that matters that we can spend on various things. Any money appropriated in this subsection, it goes on to say, that is not expended before July 1, 2023 is further appropriated to the department for 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 state fiscal years for the same purpose. To implement this act, the division may use this appropriation as follows. Now I got to get something else. What I brought up here, folks, is the book that contains our laws. And in this book that contains our laws, we actually have a provision that says that no state legislature can encumber future state legislatures. This book actually says that we cannot spend money for other legislatures in the future. And it doesn't just say it, it calls it out specifically. And it says that you shall not do that. So therefore, if what you want to do is have a program that runs many years, sometimes we just have continuing appropriations based on future appropriation of those dollars. But we know every year they're probably going to come. Now this doesn't say that. This says it's 3 years. And it actually calls out those years. The current one, 2022, or 23, 24, 24, 25, and then the current 22, 23. Now, here's why this is important. It is basically saying that if they don't spend the $7 million, they can just go ahead and spend it the next year or the year after that. That's not true. They don't get to do that. The money that is appropriated is only appropriated for this year by this legislature. That means that this piece of this particular bill is not lawful. It's not constitutional. It says that we're going to take money and we're going to pack it away. I don't think that's right. And so, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L025 to Senate Bill 193 and ask for it to be displayed. Thank you. It's a fixed to your money problem.
L025 has been properly moved and displayed. Please tell us about it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to. So what this says is, for the 2022-23 state fiscal year, $2,392,656 is appropriated to the Department of Public Health and Environment for use by the Air Pollution Control Division. This appropriation is from the general fund. Any money appropriated in this subsection is not expended before it reverts to the general fund, which is where it's supposed to go. To implement this act, the division may use the appropriation as follows: $2,301,931 for personal services, which is based on an assumption the division will require an additional 1.5 FTE. Now, folks, I want to dig in just for a minute because I like it. This amendment calls out a lower number than you heard before. Before, you heard $6.909 million for 1.5 FTE. That's full-time equivalent employees. Now, if I could get an answer from the sponsor, I'm not sure I would, but if currently the Department of Public Health and Environment and the Air Pollution Control Division is offering a job at the rate of $4.6 million a year, I would like to apply. If the 0.5 FTE is available for around $2.3 million a year for 4 hours of a day, I would like to apply. I'm just saying, if these are the jobs we've got and we've got 1.5 FTE racking up, I don't know, I'll even go with the 2.392 million. I would like to apply. This bill has some big stuff in it that has little definition. This amount is something that should catch our eye because it's not right. It's also something that should catch our eye because it doesn't make sense. If we have $6.909 million for 1.5 FTE, we probably ought to figure out who we're paying for what. I would urge an aye vote on this amendment to keep this puppy constitutional.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will let the sponsor speak to any underlying issues, but we got to be careful when we toss around down here that XYZ is or isn't constitutional. Article 5, Section 33 of the Constitution says what we would expect, that no money may flow from the Treasury except by appropriation made by law. That is what we do here in the long bill. That is this clause on a number of bills in this place. The most typical appropriation made by law is 1 year. At other times, we make a policy choice to provide for continuous appropriation to achieve a policy goal, or as we have in the re-engrossed bill here, rollover authority, because we're trying to do something that might take more than one fiscal year's worth of runway to achieve. And we don't want that to jam up in the middle and have it come back to this place and get slowed down in the way that things can get slowed down in here. It is a policy choice to provide for continuous appropriation. It is just not correct to say that a continuous appropriation is not constitutional. You can differ with a policy choice. You cannot say that that policy choice is not constitutional, because it is and long has been. Should we do it carefully? Yes. Should we be careful with continuous authority? Yes. Is 1 year at a time probably the most typical way? Yes. Are there considered reasons to depart from that norm? Yes. And are those constitutional? Yes. So, with all of that, I ask for a no on the amendment. I think what is set forth on page 40 in the re-engrossed is appropriate.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and how I do miss you, my colleague from Judiciary Committee. I'll call the site, and that's where I'm coming from. So we have in Article 2 for 215, and I'll just read it to you because I think it helps. Each General Assembly a separate entity. Future General Assemblies not bound by acts of previous General Assemblies. 1, the General Assembly finds and declares pursuant to the Constitution of the State of Colorado that each General Assembly is a separate entity, and that the acts of one General Assembly are not binding on future General Assemblies. Accordingly, no legislation passed by one General Assembly requiring an appropriation shall bind future General Assemblies. I can't make it more clear. And the deal is that the difference here is that this is general fund. This is general fund, and it is not specifically calling out subject to appropriations in following years, right? Those are simple words, but it's not calling it out in this bill, and that's why we should call it out. We should catch that. It says that those dollars can be reserved for future use, and that's not right. That's not what we do. What we do is we say, here's what we think it'll be for this year. That's why we have fiscal notes. This is how much it'll cost for this year. This is how much it'll cost this year. We cannot bank future department revenue and just say, well, what's not spent this year, we'll spend in the next. That's not how we work. And it's not how we work on page 147 of Title II, 2-4-215.
Representative Valdez A.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. I think when we're looking at this bill specifically and the programs, the grant programs contained within, they're going to take longer than one fiscal year to actually implement those expenditures to funds. So for instance, if a school district in rural Colorado wanted to buy buses, that can be a long process because you have to go through a formal process of getting a bid and then deciding which ones you want to buy and how many and going through the board. It takes time. That is the reason that this bill has continuing appropriation, so they can spend the one-time funds that are being put into grant programs here. So I'd ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's why this discussion is good. These are one-time monies, right? We have federal ARPA dollars here. We can do big stuff with them, but we have to do them in the way that they need to be done. And in this instance, we're talking about the general fund of the state of Colorado. Out of a $34 billion budget, I'm gonna ham fist the numbers, but it's okay, it's general terms. About a third of that $34 billion is money that we actually have the discretion over spending. That's about it. And so when we talk about our general fund and when we talk about appropriations from it, what we're actually talking about is how we structurally go about that. And we structurally go about that by making sure we appropriate those dollars every year so that our JBC staff, two of whom I can see right here, are not hamstrung by past legislatures saying we're going to spend money for the next year that then you don't get to decide on. And that's where I'm here. I'm just defending JBC, which doesn't happen every day, but it's happening today. And the reason it's happening today is because we have to be careful. What did I say? When we have an abundance of political power or an abundance of money, we got to be careful with both. And in this instance, we need to be careful with the money. This is a yes on this amendment.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to speak in support of this amendment as well. You've heard me talk about continuous spending authority more than once here at the well this session, and you've heard me talk about it before this session as well. But this bill, and it's addressed by this amendment, sets up 4 new separate cash funds with continual spending authority, which means that we, the legislature, have no ability to go back and take a look every year at what the department's doing. Here's the names of the 4 different funds. Industrial and Manufacturing Operations Clean Air Grant Program Cash Fund, the Community Access to Electric Bicycles Cash Fund, the Cannabis Resource Optimization Cash Fund, and Electrifying School Buses Grant Program Cash Fund. I'm sure you've heard about the Electrifying School Buses one, but those other 3 are every bit as big of a part of this bill. Not big money-wise, but big authority-wise and authorization and responsibility. Remember, going back to the department, we are handing over our job to them, to the department. This is not something we as the legislature should be doing. We absolutely should be monitoring what the departments are doing on a yearly basis. Now, that being said, of course we want people working in the departments and the directors and the various employees, and we want to have good, trustworthy employees that are doing what they're charged with doing. That's not the point. The point is they're not elected. They are hired. They are hired. They work for the money. They work for the para. They work for the benefits. They work for the government. And we are the ones that answer to the people. There is a big difference between people that work for the government, in the government, and those of us that are elected by the citizens to serve the citizens and be responsible to them. The fact that we stand for election every 2 years is a big deal. That gives us accountability to our constituents. And with that, that is the whole reason for us being charged with having a budget every year. We do not write a budget for 5 years. I would venture to say that most of you in your personal lives write a budget for more than a year at a time. You save for a vacation, you save for a car, you save for your kids' college, you save for retirement. There's all these things that we do over a lifetime that we are working on budget-wise. All that being said, the law tells us, statutes tell us that our job is to budget every year, 1 year at a time. And that is because we stand for election every 2 years, and the people that vote us in to come back here, hopefully, are looking at what we do on a yearly basis. And if we're just backing up going, oh, no, we gave all that to the department. We just gave them continuous authority for all these years because we want them to make all these decisions that we should be making. Folks, it's one thing to be able to delegate, but that's not what this is. This isn't delegating. This is saying the buck doesn't stop here. I am going to just let the departments figure all this out and make all these decisions, and we, the elected people that are charged with being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars, are just giving up responsibility that we should be taking. We should be. It is our job, it is our responsibility to take this responsibility and keep an eye on the dollars that are spent just once a year. I'm not saying we need to micromanage and go in every 2 weeks and every week and every day. I'm saying that every year when we do the budget, it is our responsibility to just monitor and take a look and get some feedback and a status report from the departments on how this money is being spent. I just read to you these 4 separate cash funds. Those will be being spent in different areas. Once this bill is passed in the House, well, I guess it was amended, so it might, if it goes back to the Senate and then the governor signs it, at that point, we're washing our hands. We have no ability, no responsibility, no authority to dig into this money. And folks, this is a big mistake. It is a big mistake to hand over continual spending authority at the rates we're doing, and specifically in this bill with these 4 cash funds. Once again, I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too am very concerned, and I think this amendment does exactly what our JBC representative outlines, and that is it's a one-year appropriation, not a multi-year appropriation. I find it very difficult to sit here and watch so much money being given, in this case, to the Colorado Energy Office and the Department of Public Health and Environment over a multi-year period. And then the thing I don't understand, based on the statute that was just read, if this is the 73rd General Assembly, and after the election cycle, the 74th General Assembly comes in here, which, oh, by the way, there's typically a 30+% turnover in the people that sit in this chamber, then how we can do exactly what the statute says not to do and require that obligation. But here's the most puzzling thing. The Cannabis Resource Optimization Cash Fund grant, and I presume it's going to get millions. Now I want to tie that back to air quality improvement. Cannabis and air quality. Boy, there's an oxymoron from a country boy from eastern Colorado. I come to the big city and it's like a skunk's got his tail up in the air and he's just letting go. That's not air quality. That's not clean air. There's definitely not an air quality improvement when country folk come to Denver. You might not have had anybody tell you that, but I'm here to tell you that it's not. So I don't know how many millions they're going to get. Cannabis Resource Optimization. This is troubling. 87 million.
Representative
3
Holtorf,
years.
Do you want to wait
No,
until we're on the bill?
I want to get back to this amendment right here, ma'am, and I appreciate that. Even this, for these 4 categories, 3 million, almost. Well, a little 2.5, 2.4. Even that just doesn't make sense. 4 grants. Here's the other problem I have. And you've heard me say this in committee, and I'll say it on the House floor. It is grants a go-go in Colorado. We've got so many grants a go-go, we're going to have to publish a big book, hundreds of pages about all the grants you can get in Colorado.
But let's talk about these grants.
And there's 4 more to add to the list. Well, I guess if we do it alphabetically, we can get these in here. But what is that? What is it? It is saying, hey, here's money. Hey, here's more money for this, that, and the other. But here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. Whose money is it? And what are we all here to do? We are all here to represent our districts and the taxpayers that are giving the money to the state treasury. You see, it's their money. It's not our money. It's not the state treasurer's money. It's not the state's money. It's not the JBC's money. It's the taxpayers' money. And what you do when you don't follow this amendment that my very astute minority leader has proposed is say to the newly elected that are coming here, and this is where I want Colorado to pay close attention, because we're in an election cycle, Colorado. You say the newly elected, for those people that want to vote for new people to take this state in a different direction, when they get here, they're not going to be able to influence this because you've taken that away from the new representatives that are going to represent Colorado. You deny that representation of the people. And in my humble opinion, that's egregious. It's disingenuous. It's not even right, and the statute says so. In fact, I'd almost like to pick up the book and read it again just to make sure I understand it. But I'm not going to. I'm going to step aside. I see my minority leader's here, and he has more important things to say. Thank you.
Minority Leader McKean.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure I have more important things to say. Grants a go-go will stick with me. But maybe that is it. Maybe it's talking about what these dollars mean, because when we get to this amendment, we get to what the propriety of appropriating money in the correct way means, and especially when we're talking about grants, or especially when we're talking in this section about personal services in the Air Pollution Control Division, and we have 1.5 FTE at $6.909 million a year. Again, that if I'm applying for jobs and I see, by golly, there's a job over here at this little Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and the little sub-department of the Air Pollution Control Division, and this little job over here will pay me $4.6 million a year. Betty, pack your bags. We're moving to Denver. They're paying $4.6 million a year. Rep Snyder says we got to go up because the average housing price is higher. Here's the deal. We are the stewards of the taxpayer money for the state. We are. You just saw Rep Holtorf. My name is Representative Hugh McKean, and my job is to treat every dollar like it's my dollar. Treat every dollar like it's my own, and if I see this in a bill, it makes me stop and wonder why. And then if I see we're appropriating money over several years, and I know that's not the way we do things, it makes me stop and wonder why. When I stop and wonder why, and I offer you an amendment to make it right, I'm going to suggest you vote for that amendment.
Any further discussion on L025? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L025. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 193? Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Folks, it's not okay for our kids to breathe polluted air. Doesn't matter where it comes from. We've got to do our part in Colorado, and that's what this bill is about. So I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to touch real quickly on the fiscal note of what we're talking about in here. And while we agree that people deserve to have clean air, this bill doesn't get there. All it does is move emissions from vehicles to power plants. I've said that many times, it bears repeating ad infinitum. But this fiscal note is pretty impressive. And it talks about a great line that I have to steal, grants a go-go. That is awesome. Because that's what this thing is. It is so much of just taking the money, hard-earned money that our taxpayers put in, and giving it away in various and sundry programs. That gives away on grant programs to various and sundry people's manufacturing. Electrifying school buses, we're going to give money to the school buses. Air quality control, eco passes, we're going to give $750,000, the general fund, to state employees so they can ride the bus. And most of us pay to get back and forth to work, but we're going to give the state employees, hardworking state employees, very deserving people, but we need to give them passes to go catch things, catch a ride to work. The bottom line of this total expenditures, $125 million of giveaway grant money. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not what we should be doing in Colorado. That's not going to help air quality when all you're really doing by these grant programs is moving emissions from one source to another. I ask for no vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 193? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 193 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 161.
Senate Bill 161 by Senators Danielson and Hawkes Lewis, also Representatives Duran and Froelich, concerning the modernization of procedures for the enforcement of laws governing the employer-employee relationship and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Yeah, that's it.
Representative Froelich.
Oh, did you say? Yes, you did.
You, yes.
I heard Representative Apropes, which I'll take that. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 161 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report, Representative Apropes.
Thank you. And that's a perfect thing to say because Apropes appropriated and we ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Senate Bill 168 is about ensuring that workers get paid the wages they are due for the work they perform. Colorado has made strides to prevent wage theft in recent years, most notably through House Bill 1267 in 2019, sponsored by Rep. Froelich, and passed out of the House and Senate nearly unanimously. However, the critical work that has come since that bill passed has also exposed the remaining gaps in ensuring that workers are paid the wages they deserve. To be clear, we are primarily talking about workers earning low wages. The cap for claims at CDLE is nearly $7,500. These are the workers that can least afford to not get paid for their work, yet also the most vulnerable to wage theft. This is unacceptable. Senate Bill 161 will grant the CDLE several new tools to enforce the laws that are already in place and collect on wages owed. I ask for a yes vote on Senate Bill 161.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my co-prime sponsor, who is just a great champion of working families, and I really appreciate her work on this. We began this work first by acknowledging that wage theft is theft. So if you steal my wallet and it has my paycheck in it, that's theft. If you never gave me that paycheck, that's theft too. And these are folks who are showing up, doing a hard day's work, and not being paid. They show up the next day, it's payday, there's nobody on site, they're told to come back a week later. This is really detrimental to workers, their families, and such a huge proportion of this, 65% of low-wage workers are women. These are folks who are going without food because they're not being paid. So in the first bill, we said wage theft is theft. In what we discovered was we created a pathway for you to get your wages back, and workers were going through that pathway, and still, even after the judge said they were owed money, the money doesn't end up in the workers' pockets. And this represents $1 million worth of wage theft claims where still no money has been outlaid, and those folks are still in business, but the workers are out of the money. So this puts in place better, stronger provisions. The whole point is to get honest labor paid for by honest employers. And we ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 161? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 161 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 155.
Senate Bill 155 by Senator Quorum, also Representative Hooton, concerning an expansion of medical marijuana research grant programs.
Representative Hooton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. I move Senate Bill 155, the Health and Human Services Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee reports.
I'm not sure I see any reports.
No, you're right. I apologize.
To the bill, Representative Hooton.
I'm over-enthusiastic, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2018, Senate Bill 271 funded new studies out of the Medical Marijuana Research Grant Program. It was intended to expire in 2021, but the pandemic put all the research on hold at Anschutz Medical, including 2 ongoing medical cannabis studies funded by the Research Grant Program. Since many COVID restrictions have been lifted, the researchers for these programs have asked for a 1-year extension to finish their work. Senate Bill 155 does not create new spending. It simply extends CDPHE's current authority to fund an extra year of research for these 2 programs. Without this extension, the health research account will dissolve before the study is completed. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 155? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 155. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senators Coleman and Kolker, also Representative Ricks, concerning establishment of a procurement equity program to remediate disparities in state procurement and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 163 and the State Affairs Report.
To the State Affairs Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In State Affairs, we did a small technical change in the committee, and the bill was passed.
Any further discussion on the State Affairs Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the State Affairs Report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, this bill establishes the State Procurement Equity Program in the Department of Personnel and Administration, DPA. This program is required to work with stakeholders toward the goal of reducing disparities between the availability of historically underutilized businesses and the utilization of such businesses in state procurement. This bill came out of Senate Bill 135, which was passed in 2019. It made the Department of Personnel conduct a disparity study to analyze the discrepancies in the Colorado procurement process. That study highlighted that in Colorado, the state procurement process is unequitable. While there were 28% of minority and women-owned businesses that were available for state contracts, only 8% of those contracts went to minority and women-owned businesses. In the case of disabled owned businesses, 12% of those state dollars should have gone to those businesses, but they received less than 1%. So this is undeniably inequitable, and this has to be addressed. So this bill is going to set up programs to help these underutilized businesses get contracts with the state of Colorado. It does this by providing solicitation and assistance through a help desk where contractors can call and get support with contractors can call the help desk and get assistance in providing their bids for contracts. It also does this by creating a bond program that will help small businesses in obtaining surety bonds. And it also sets up a task force, which will comprise of representatives from government, from small businesses, and underutilized and non-governmental entities to make recommendations for practices within the state procurement process. And this bill is a really good bill. When we talk about a Colorado for all, it's very important that all facets of our society, minority, women-owned businesses, disabled businesses, get a piece of our economic pie. And it's also important because so many small businesses, especially minority-owned businesses, were impacted during the pandemic. 40% of Black businesses closed down during the pandemic. So it's important that we create more pathways and avenues for them to be able to create wealth through owning their own business. I ask for your support on this great bill.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 163? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 163 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 236.
Senate Bill 236 by Senators Hansen and Rankin, also Representatives McCluskey and Ransom, concerning the review of Medicaid provider rates.
I didn't see you.
Go ahead.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 236 and the appropriations report.
To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the appropriations report, we changed to a petition act, and we did some cleanup. We changed the timing of it from 24 to 25, and just did a couple other cleanup bits on the date. I ask for your I vote.
Any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a JBC bill. We have a process that goes through healthcare policy and financing to review Medicaid provider rates on a 5-year timeline. And over the years that Representative Ransom and I have served on JBC, we've realized that process of review needed refinement and improvements. So we are changing the review period of time from 5 to 3 years to be more nimble and responsive to changes in the economy for those provider rates. The new MPRAC will go from 24 members to 7 members. Right now, though we have 24 assigned members, many of those seats have not been filled over the existence of MPRAC. We struggle to find people who are interested to devote their time to this effort, so we're reducing the number of members to try and be more efficient and effective with the group. We've put a sunset on the MPRAC of 2036, and probably most importantly, the Joint Budget Committee will be receiving direct reports more frequently from this group. I ask for your support and an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 236? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 236 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 5.
Senate Bill 5 by Senators Bridges and Cook, also Representatives Roberts and Woog, concerning the increase of available funds for law enforcement agency, peace officers, supportive services, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 5 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the appropriations report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we reduced the appropriation down from when it came out of the Senate down to $3 million and made it a one-time appropriation. I'd ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriations report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Representative Woog to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, this bill is helping out law enforcement. The average traumatic events in a lifetime for us civilians, there's about 4 of them, which is a lot, but our law enforcement is oftentimes facing up to 188 traumatic events in their career. Currently, their insurance, it might get them to a therapist that they need to see. I mean, these law enforcement officers are experiencing oftentimes anxiety, depression, substance abuse, PTSD, and even suicide. But oftentimes a regular therapist is not what they need, and they don't necessarily relate to what they have gone through. So this will allow agencies to partner with community mental health centers and hire behavioral health specialists. Because like I said, not many therapists are trained in first responder issues. So I strongly urge a yes vote. This will help out law enforcement. This is a good bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 5? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 5 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee, hold on one second. Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
House will come to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1050 as amended, 1061 as amended, 1221 as amended, 1223 as amended, 1244 as amended, 1248 as amended, 1412 as amended, 1413 as amended, 1414, 1415 as amended, 1416 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 5 as amended, 12 as amended, 51 as amended, 69, 70, 98, 124 as amended, 151, 155, 161 as amended, 163 as amended, 193 as amended, 198, 204 as amended, 233 as amended, 236 as amended, 238 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Sirota. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. We will go in alphabetical order. We will start with the McKean Amendment. Mr. Shebel, please read the first McKean Amendment, which is L023 to Senate Bill 193.
Representative McKean moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following McKean substitute amendment, L23 to the underlying A. Valdez Amendment L21 to Senate Bill 193 to show that the substitute amendment L23 passed and that Senate Bill 193 is amended passed.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move the first McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. And if you recall, I just wanted to make sure we know what we're doing here. This one says that we shouldn't be going over private property when we're doing our surveillance. I would ask for an aye vote.
It's been properly moved and displayed. Is there further discussion? Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd ask for a no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the first McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote? Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Gray, how do you vote? Representative Gray, how do you vote? Representative Williams and Representative Gray and Representative Soper are excused. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 3 excused, the first McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is several numbers, L026.
Representative McKean moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following McKean substitute amendment L26 to the underlying A. Valdez Amendment L21 to Senate Bill 193 to show that the substitute amendment L26 passed and that Senate Bill 193 is amended passed.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, super good amendment. Colton Park, sometimes when I ask him how school was, he says, super good. So this is a super good amendment. And this one actually says that we ought to take into account the location and historical differential of atmospheric pollution on a county-by-county basis. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Do you mind moving it? Do you mind, Minority Leader, do you mind moving it?
I move the second McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee on the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
It's been properly moved and displayed. Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is bad cows a go-go. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 2 excused, the second McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the third McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative McKean moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following McKean substitute amendment L28 to the underlying A. Valdez amendment L21 to Senate Bill 193 to show that the substitute amendment L28 passed and that Senate Bill 193 is amended passed.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. This beautiful amendment would say that we ought to seek a waiver from the Federal Environmental Protection Agency so that we can make sure that we do everything we can to prove we can stay in non-severe attainment, which means we don't have to buy mucho expensive gas, and which actually means we keep doing all the things we need to do, but we ask the EPA for the waiver we lived under for years and years. I ask for an aye vote. Oh, and I move the third McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
It's been properly moved and displayed. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill actually contains monies appropriated for the exact purpose of getting us in attainment, so we like to be in attainment, and we ask for a no vote.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the third McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Pass and hold.
I'm not sure you can pass, Representative Ortiz.
No.
Representative Ortiz is a no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts is a yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod's a no. We can always come back to you, though, Representative Ortiz, if you decide to change while the machine's still open. Please close the machine. With 32 aye votes, 31 no votes, and 2 excused, the third McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the fourth McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative McKean moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following McKean amendment L25 to Senate Bill 193 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 193 is amended passed.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move the fourth McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. And just so you remember, this is to make clear that we do not, out of the general fund, encumber future legislatures. And not just that, but that we probably ought to not be paying $6.909 million for 1.5 full-time equivalent employees. That equals about $4.6 million for one employee. And I say again, if the sponsor would say, yes, we're hiring, I would like to apply.
Is there further discussion? Representative A. Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minority Leader McKean. So this is for the program that oversees the airborne monitoring program. It's not for an FTE. It would be a great job, which we would all be applying for right now, but it's not real, so that's a no vote.
I am looking for a job, though.
Thank you. Very briefly, Mr. Speaker. Section 24215. Accordingly, no legislation passed by one General Assembly requiring an appropriation shall bind future General Assemblies, notwithstanding that we have continuous appropriations both out of cash funds and called out. That is not the language in this bill. This bill says that this appropriation is one time and can be stretched over many years. That's not how we do things.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due respect, I believe the statute is misapplied here. If you look at the notes, that was put on the books in '85. It's never even been interpreted. It doesn't come up. At the most, what that is saying is we are the 2022 legislature. We cannot bind next year's spending of next year's money by next year's legislature, of course. That's not what we do. What we are doing is putting terms on 2022 money by letting it roll over in the bill, page 40 of the re-engrossed, We do that from time to time. There was actually a similar provision in Senate Bill 155 that just went, separately. Sometimes we allow rollover authority for a policy purpose. You can disagree with the policy purpose, that's fine. We do rollover authority when we collectively decide it's the right thing to do. I think cleaning up our air so people can breathe. We don't have to have as many people telling stories down here about asthma as we did a few days ago is worth doing. I ask for a no vote on the cow.
Thank you, Representative Weissman. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I come to disagree with my good colleague from Aurora. It's really just a misinterpretation of the facts here, not a misinterpretation of the law. The law is quite clear. One legislature cannot bind a future legislature. And if you turn to page 40 of the bill, look at line 8 there, it specifically talks about for the 2022-23 state fiscal year, $7 million is appropriated. However, then it goes on and it talks about July 1st, 2023, further appropriated to the department for the July 2023 to July 2024 and 2024 to 2025 state fiscal years. For the purpose to implement this act, the division may use this appropriated funds as follows. Almost $6.9 million for personal services. Then it talks about how $90,000 is used to purchase information technology. This is binding a future legislature because clearly, as it talks about on page 40, it is in violation of what's currently in statute and in our Constitution and under the common law provision that concerns state legislatures. One legislature cannot bind a future legislature. And if we're actually calling out the 23-24, 24-25 state fiscal years and binding them here within this particular bill, we are actually then binding policy using dollars. And that has now violated the provision that's out there. So I think we still agree on what the law is. We may disagree on how to interpret the facts, but if you turn to page 40 of the bill, it's actually quite clear. And I would urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the fourth McKean Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please mark Representative Soper excused. Oh, whoa. Please close the machine. With 30 aye votes, 33 no votes, and 2 excused, the fourth McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. All right, we're going to move to the PICO Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please read the PICO Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L036 to House Bill 1244.
Representative Pico moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following McKean Amendment L36 to House Bill 1244 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1244 is amended passed.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the PICO Amendment L036 to the Committee of the Whole. This members focuses HB 22-1244 on the areas most concerned with air quality in areas outside of the non-attainment area, which are not necessarily the same, but they do correlate a great deal. So take a deep breath and vote yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the PICO Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 2 excused, the PICO Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. That brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shee will please open the machine, and members please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. Please close the machine. With 41 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. While we're waiting, we'll quickly do reports of committees. I will do reports of committees for reference and then one announcement.
Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: Senate Bill 81 as amended, 173 as amended, be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
All right. Representative Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Moment of personal privilege is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, a moment of personal privilege is normally observed for matters that affect the body. And I'm here to express my dismay at the body. See, either there was a breakdown in process, or, even more worrisome, a complete lack of disrespect for the Speaker of the House. And the Speaker of the House does not ask for much, but when he sends a memo saying light gray suit, light blue shirt, and dark blue tie, the dude abides. And this aggression will not stand. And so I'd appreciate it, because I can't believe that I would be the only one that would receive this memo today. I would appreciate it if we abide when the Speaker sends a memo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Neville. I feel like I'm as bright as red as a tomato up here, but that was good. Majority Leader Escar. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders today at 10:36 p.m. Y'all want to be here Saturday and Sunday, or do you want to power through a few more bills real quick? Thank you. Okay. Senate Bill 228, Senate Bill 213, Senate Bill 218, Senate Bill 235, Senate Bill 6, Senate Bill 25, Senate Bill 229, Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 217, Senate Bill 134.
Seeing no objection, the bills laid out by the Majority Leader today will be made special orders at 10:36 p.m. Representative Basenecker. Ooh, that's good, Representative Basenecker. Seeing no objection, Representative Basenecker will take the chair.
You guys ready? The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a reading of bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 228.
Senate Bill 228 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representative Valdez A, concerning the requirement that retail establishments accept United States currency.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you, sir.
I move Senate Bill 228 and the committee report.
There's no committee report. We're just to the bill.
Okay, it's a great bill. This is a fix from a bill that I ran last year that made it mandatory for retailers to accept cash. It makes an exception for those who have a service that is billed normally on a recurring basis. It changes the enforcement mechanism instead of being a penalty and a fine to being enforced by the AG. It is an easy bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I've always been a person who favors United States currency. I kind of wish it was backed by the gold and silver standard, but it's not, sadly. However, when it comes to being able to purchase something with what's considered legal tender, that's actually something that's contemplated within our U.S. Constitution. It's also contemplated within the original Colorado Constitution of 1876. And the ability to purchase something with legal tender, otherwise known as cash or currency, is something that is a fundamental part of our society. So I rise in strong support of this Senate Bill 228. I know it's a correction bill to a bill from last year, but quite frankly, it is one that's needed. The last flight I took from Denver over into Montrose, which was just a couple of weeks ago, I'll never forget, I wanted to purchase just a bottle of water on the flight, and I was told, Representative Soper, you need to have a credit card because we don't accept cash on the flight. Which is pretty amazing, yes. It's shocking that there's actually establishments, whether it's an airline or a restaurant or another retail establishment, that would refuse you the ability to engage in a contract and to purchase a good for cash. Because when I look at money that's in my pocket, I mean, I could pull out some money right now, but it says for all debts, public and private. That's listed on the face of our currency, for all debts, public and private. And if I'm engaging in contract, I should have the ability to use United States currency. To me, it seems ridiculous that someone would deny me U.S. currency. So I rise in strong support of this bill, Representative Valdez, and certainly look forward to voting yes for this. Are you saying talk longer? Okay. Oh, thank you.
Representative Baisley. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would love to add to that, but I don't think I could have said anything as thorough and comprehensive and eloquently as my fellow representative from Delta County. I've long felt that this was an important kind of standard for American citizens within the United States to have this right to exercise, to exchange that value that is backed by the federal government, saying that this is legal tender for all purchases. So this is a great bill, and I appreciate the sponsors bringing it. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 228? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 228. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 228 is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 213.
Senate Bill 213 by Senators Fields and Sonnenberg, also Representatives Valdez and Tipper, concerning continuing support for necessary child care programs and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 213, the Public Health Health report and the appropriations report.
Thank you. To the appropriations report.
Appropriations appropriated. We ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendments made in the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee were compromise amendments. Among them was ensuring that the grant programs could get to our smallest or least populated jurisdictions, and I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a great bill. Senate Bill 213 is a massive, one-of-a-kind investment in child care. We're doing this because child care is one of the greatest expenses that our constituents are facing. And COVID, beyond kind of ruining the world for a few years, also really hurt this sector and made it to where there are fewer and fewer providers. So by making investments here, we're not only doing things like helping those folks who may be interested in going into the career field of childcare get into it, we're also helping to upscale folks so that they can be better providers, they can get licensed, etc. What's really great about this program is that this is one of the ways that we as legislators can really make a substantial impact in the economic realities for our constituents on something that is costing, in some cases, up to the average single parent of an infant is paying 50% of their income for childcare. That's not right. This is one way we can help, and this is one of those bills we can all feel good about as we make investments in moms and dads everywhere who are just trying to struggle to make ends meet, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Childcare is one of the issues that I hear most about in my district. It's a diverse district, working class, upper middle class, and it really affects everyone. As we know, the pandemic, we've seen a lot of women leave the workforce. A lot of women have left the workforce in part because childcare gaps. So this bill does a number of things, but I think some of the most important things that it does is it draws down federal dollars that are one-time dollars to make investments in critical infrastructure. I think that if you would talk to my constituents, they'd say this isn't enough. It's, I think, a tremendous investment. But even this is not nearly enough to meet the need that we have in the state of Colorado to reduce childcare costs for working families. I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 213. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do agree with the bill sponsor. It is a massive investment, and I heard it said that appropriations appropriated. I find that a little unclarifying. So to that end, I ask that Senate Bill 213 be read at length at a reasonable speed for a one-eared common man. Thank you.
You've heard the request. The bill will be read at length.
Second Regular Session 73rd General Assembly State of Colorado re-engrossed. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction LLSNO. 22 to 931.01 Jane Ritter X 4342 Senate Bill 22 to 213. Senate Committees House Committees Health and Human Services Appropriations. A bill for an act. 101 concerning continuing support for necessary child care. 102 programs, and, in connection therewith, making an 103 appropriation. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill appropriates $50 million from federal funds from Child Care Development Funds for the purposes of implementing the Child Care Sustainability Grant Program. $19 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash. Senate third reading unamended April 29, 2022. Senate amended second reading April 28, 2022. Senate sponsorship Fields and Sonnenberg, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Coram, Danielson, Donovan, Fenberg, Ginal, Gonzalez, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Jaquez Lewis, Coker, Lee, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Smallwood, Story, Winter. House sponsorship Valdez A. and Tipper. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Fund to emerging and expanding the Child Care Grant Program. $10 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund to implement the Employer-Based Child Care Facility Grant Program. $15 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund to implement the Early Child Care and Education Recruitment and Retention Grant and Scholarship Program. Of the $15 million, $2 million must be dedicated for home visiting workforce, early childhood mental health consultants, and early intervention providers, with $1.40 million of the $2 million dedicated for non-educator workforce scholarships and loan forgiveness, and $600,000 for developing consistent workforce pathways, and $1 million to create and implement family strengthening grant programs from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund. The bill creates the Family, Friend, and Neighbor (FFN) support programs, which include an advisory group and a training program. The Family, Friend, and Neighbor Advisory Group is created to advise the Department on the needs of FFN providers and to make recommendations on changes to regulations, policies, funding, and procedures that would benefit the FFN community. The Family, Friend, and Neighbor Training Program is created to allow community-based organizations and nonprofit organizations that have expertise working with FFN providers to provide them with information, training, and technical assistance to support best practices. Subject to available appropriations, the Department of Early Childhood shall make existing state programs available to the FFN community, including, but not limited to, home visitation, early intervention, early childhood mental health, workforce recruitment and retention, and family resource center services. The bill appropriates $4.5 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund to implement the FFN support programs. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado. 2. Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend as added by 3. House Bill 22 to 1295, 26.5-3-801, 2, B, as follows. 426.5-3-801. Legislative Declaration. 2, B, the General. 5. Assembly further finds that, to assist the state's workforce in returning to -213. 1. Work and maintaining employment without facing the difficult choice 2. Between working and accessing quality childcare, it is critical that the 3 states allocate and quickly distribute funding to existing and new child care providers throughout the state and that such actions constitute 5 critical government services. 6. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 26.5-3-802, as added 7 by House Bill 22 to 1295, add 6, as follows, 826.5-3-802. Child Care Sustainability Grant Program created 9 timeline and criteria grant awards funding definitions. 6. For 10 the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, the General Assembly shall appropriate to the Department $50 million from 12 federal funds for Child Care Development Funds for the purposes 13 of implementing the grant program. The money appropriated in 14 the subsection 6 is not subject to the requirements of the 15 Procurement Code, Articles 101 to 112 of Title 24. Any money 16 appropriated pursuant to this subsection 6 remains available. 17 for expenditure until the close of the 2023 to 24 state fiscal year. 18 Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend as added by 19 House Bill 22 to 1295, 26.5-3-803, 3, and 4, C2, and add 1, H.5, and 26, as follows, 2126.5-3-803. Emerging and Expanding Child Care Grant 22 Program, created timeline and criteria grant awards funding 23 definitions, repeal. 1. As used in this section, unless the context 24 otherwise requires, 25, H.5, grant recipient means an eligible entity that 26 receives a grant through the grant program. 27, 3A, the department shall create a process for soliciting. -3, 213. 1. Vetting, awarding, and monitoring grants through statewide early to childhood councils. 3B. To the extent practicable, early childhood councils may fourth receive up to 25% of funding in advance. Indiana 5 Order TO effectively administer grant funds and maintain 6 business operations. The department shall offer Technical 7 assistance to applicants with their applications and grant 8 recipients with implementation of their awards. The Technical 9 assistance may be offered to all eligible entities, as defined in 10 subsection 1 of this section, and family, friend, and neighbor 11 providers, as defined in section 26.5-3-808. The department may 12th also provide a grant recipient with a separate grant for 13 technical assistance to implement the goals of the recipient's 14 grant. 15. 4C. In determining grant awards, the department shall consider 16 eligible entities located in a child care desert. The department shall also 17. Consider eligible entities that have or are actively pursuing. 18. 2. A commitment to engaging in quality improvement activities. 19. Through the Colorado Shine System, established in Section 26.5-5-101. 20. Within 18 months of receipt of their grant award. 21. 6A. For the 2022-23 state fiscal year, the General 22 Assembly shall appropriate $16 million from the 23 Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund created in Section 2424-75-228 to the Department for the purposes of implementing the 25 grant program. Of this amount, up to $2,226,000 shall be made available to early childhood 27 councils, as defined in Section 26.5-2-202, in support of the grant. 4. 213. 1 Program. The department may reimburse an early childhood 2 council up to 10% of the grant amount for allowable 3 administrative costs of the grant program. 4B. Money spent pursuant to this subsection 6 must 5 conform with the allowable purposes set forth in the Federal 6 American Rescue Plan ACT of 2021, PUB.L. 117-2, as amended. 7. The department shall either spend or obligate such aid appropriation prior to December 30th, 2024, and expend the 9 appropriation on or before December 31st, 2026. 10C. The department shall comply with the
Representative
compliance,
Hanks.
11 reporting, record keeping, and program evaluation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Here's the point I'd like to make to the people of Colorado. This is a $99 million bill. This is Senate Bill 22-213. People ought to know, actually it's $99,500,000 for this budget year. People ought to know how we are spending our money. The average person in rural Colorado makes $40,000 a year. A colleague of mine just mentioned that. When we're talking $99.5 million, maybe we ought to act as though we have a bit of respect for the grandiosity of a $38 billion budget. Last year it was 34.6. It's remarkable to me that a budget of a state government grew after a COVID year where government, in all candor, destroyed businesses, destroyed family budgets, and somehow managed to grow by $4 billion. I guess the business of government is going very well. It is our duty, in my estimation, maybe I'm the only one that feels this way, I speak for no one else, other than to say I believe it is our duty to explain with some clarity how much money these things cost and how the $38 billion is being spent. Now, I will say this, the cash funds here, the expenditures in FY 22 and 23 are $49.5 million. Also in the expenditures are federal funds of $50 million, and that is generous of the federal government, but the reality is we're still paying for it. Americans are paying for it. And when we have spending of this variety, of this nature, that's how you get 8.5% inflation. When you have trillion-dollar Recovery Act bills that are not part of the federal budget, it's just extra money being printed. That's how you get 8.5%, and that's what the government's willing to admit to. We are ruining Colorado families' economies. There is no way on the bills that we discussed before, the gas prices, the diesel prices.
And Representative Hanks,
the inflation
Representative
that
Hanks,
is in this one. I beg your pardon.
I want to give you leeway to explain the fiscal impacts of this bill, and I respect your ability to do so. I just want to make sure we're on this bill. If you could just bring it back to this legislation, I'd appreciate that.
And I think I did with the back of the hand slap there, and that is this bill, compounded with everything else that we are seeing, is causing great distress. We ought to be at least cognizant of it, at least responsive to it, and I ask that the bill be read again. Thank you.
The bill will be read from where it was
Evaluation
left
12
off.
requirements established by the Office of State Planning and 13 Budgeting and the State Controller in accordance with Section 1424-75-226, 5. 15D. This subsection, 6 IS repealed, effective September 1st, 2027. 17 Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend as added by 18 House Bill 22 to 1295, 26.5-3-804, 3. Introductory portion, 8. Introductory 19 portion, and 9. And add 8.5, as follows, 2026.5-3-804. Employer-Based Child Care Facility Grant Program 21, created timeline and criteria eligibility, grant awards, reports 22 funding definitions, repeal. 3. The department shall solicit and 23 review grant applications from eligible entities beginning on or before June 24, 30th, 2021, and every June 30th thereafter through June 30, 2024, 25, and begin to award grants no later than September 1st, 2021, and every September 26th, 1st thereafter through September 1st, 2024. Each 27 application must include, at a minimum, -5, 213. 1-8, on or before January 30th, 2023, and on or before January 30th, 2024-2025, the department shall report progress on the grant program as 3 part of its state measurement for accountable, responsive, and 4 transparent, smart, Government Act hearing required by Section 52-7-203. At a minimum, the report must include 8.5. A. For the 2022-23 state fiscal year, the General 7 Assembly shall appropriate $10 million from the 8 Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund created in Section 924-75-228 to the Department for the purposes of implementing 10 this section. 11b. Money spent pursuant to this subsection, 8.5, must 12 conform with the allowable purposes set forth in the Federal 13 American Rescue Plan ACT of 2021, PUB.L. 117-2, as amended. 14. The department shall either spend or obligate such 15 appropriation prior to December 30th, 2024, and expend the 16 appropriation on or before December 31st, 2026. 17c. The department shall comply with the compliance 18 reporting, record keeping, and program evaluation 19 requirements established by the Office of State Planning and 20 Budgeting and the State Controller in accordance with Section 2124-75-226, 5. 22d. This subsection, 8.5, IS repealed, effective September 1st, 2027. 24.9. This section is repealed, effective July 1st, 2024, September 1st, 2027. 26. Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 26.5-3-805, as added 27 by House Bill 22 to 1295, add 7 as follows. -6 to 13. 126.5-3-805. Early Care and Education Recruitment and 2 Retention Grant and Scholarship Program, created criteria and 3 Eligibility, Grant and Scholarship Awards, reports, funding rules for definitions, repeal. 7a. For the 2022-23 state fiscal year, the 5 General Assembly shall appropriate $15 million from 6 the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund created in Section 724-75-228 to the Department for the purposes of implementing the 8 program. The money appropriated pursuant to this subsection, 7, 9 IS not subject to the requirements of the Procurement Code, 10 Articles 101 through 112 of Title $24.5 million must be 11 dedicated for home visiting workforce, early childhood mental 12 health consultants, and early intervention providers. 13B, money spent pursuant to this subsection. 7, must 14 conform with the allowable purposes set forth in the Federal 15 American Rescue Plan ACT of 2021, PUB.L. 117-2, as amended. 16, the department shall either spend or obligate such 17 appropriation prior to December 30th, 2024, and expend the 18 appropriation on or before December 31st, 2026. 19C, the department shall comply with the compliance, 20 reporting, record keeping, and program evaluation 21 requirements established by the Office of State Planning and 22 budgeting and the State Controller in accordance with Section 2324-75-226, 5. 24D, this subsection, 7 IS repealed, effective September 1st, 2027. 26 Section 6. In Colorado Revised Statutes, as Article 3 is added 27 by House Bill 22 to 1295, add 26.5-3-808 as follows. Dash 7 to 13. 126.5-3-808. Family, Friend, and Neighbor Support Programs 2 Advisory Group Training and Grant Program Funding Definitions 3 Repeal. 1. AS used in this section, unless the context otherwise for requires. 5. A. Advisory group means the family, friend, and 6 neighbor advisory group created in subsection 2 of this section. 7. B. Eligible entity means a family, friend, and neighbor 8 provider that is actively providing informal, license-exempt 9 childcare and has completed training in 1 or more areas of 10 the training and grant program created in subsection 3 of this 11 section. 12 SE, family, friend, and neighbor or FFN means 13 license exempt, informal childcare provided by family, friends, 14 or neighbors in an in-home setting on a regular basis pursuant 15 to the requirements of 26.5-5-303, 6. 16D, training and grant program means the family, 17 friend, and neighbor training and grant program created IN. 18 subsection 3 of this section. 19. 2A, the family, friend, and neighbor advisory group IS-20 created in the department. The purpose of the advisory group is 21 to advise the department on the needs of FFN providers and to 22 make recommendations to the department on changes to 23 regulations, policies, funding, and procedures that would 24 benefit the FFN community. At least 25% of the 25 members of the advisory group must reside in counties with a 26 population below 40,000 people. 27B, the department shall convene the advisory group. Dash 8, 213. 1 which must include, at a minimum, 2I, members of the FFN early childhood workforce and 3 representatives of geographically and linguistically diverse for FFN providers. To the extent practicable, the department shall 5 ensure that the persons described in this subsection, 2B, I, 6 constitute a majority of the members of the advisory group, and 7, 2, parents of children who receive care through FFN 8 providers, representatives of county departments of human or 9 social services, special education program directors, early 10 childhood councils, the business community, private nonprofit 11 organizations, early childhood advocacy organizations, and 12 persons with expertise in early childhood and business practices. 13C, members of the advisory group may receive PERDM 14 compensation for attendance at meetings of the advisory group 15 IN the same amount paid to legislators pursuant to section 16.2-2-307, 3A. Members of the advisory group are also entitled 17 to reimbursement for all actual and necessary travel and 18 sustenance expenses directly related to their service on the 19 advisory group. 23A, the family, friend, and neighbor training and grant 21 program is created in the department. The purpose of the 22 training and grant program is to support community-based 23 organizations and nonprofit organizations that have expertise 24 working with FFN providers to provide FFN providers with 25 information, training, and grant funding, and to support FFN 26 providers with skills and knowledge on child development, 27 social and emotional development and best practices and Dash 9, 213. 1 technical assistance to access existing state programs. Training 2 programs available to FFN providers may include, but need not 3 be limited to, the following. 4I, improving the quality of child care and child 5 development. 6.2, ensuring the health and safety of child care 7 environments. 8.3, fostering the social and emotional health of the 9 child. 10.4, supporting children with developmental, emotional, 11 physical, or cognitive disabilities or delays. 12V, offering culturally competent and equitable child 13 care. 14.6, strengthening the business practices of child care. 15 and 16. 7, promoting workforce development. 17B, The department shall provide community-based and 18 nonprofit organizations with funding to offer grants to eligible 19 entities. The department shall create a process for soliciting, 20 vetting, awarding, and monitoring grants to eligible entities, 21 including but not limited to creating a mechanism to collect 22 demographic information required for federal reporting. The 23 maximum grant award must not exceed $950.24. Allowable uses for a grant include 25 I. Health and safety improvements in the home, 26 2. Age-appropriate educational materials, 27 3. Age-appropriate furniture, and -10 to 13. 1. 4. Age-appropriate toys and books. 2. C. Technical assistance and resources for FFN providers may third include, but need not be limited to, the following. 4. I. Navigating the state licensing and qualified exempt 5 processes. 6. 2. Accessing existing state funding and services. 7. 3. Connecting TO after-school programs. And 8. 4. Providing career navigation assistance. 9. D. The department may establish FFN communities across 10 the state TO implement training programs that foster Peer 11 learning and provide locally specific support. 12. E. The department shall create and publish a public 13 website for the FFN community to access training, technical 14 assistance, and resources. 15. F. The department shall ensure that the training in 16 grant program is culturally competent and linguistically 17 appropriate TO meet the needs of the FFN community and utilizes 18A research and community-informed curriculum. 19. 4. Subject to available appropriations, the department 20 shall make existing state programs available to the FFN 21 community, including, but not limited to, home visitation, early 22 intervention, early childhood mental health consultants, 23 workforce recruitment and retention, and family resource 24 center services. 25. 5. A. For the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, the General 26 Assembly shall appropriate $7,500,027 from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund. -11 to 13. 1 created in Section 24-75-228 to the Department for the purposes 2 of implementing this section. 3. B. Money spent pursuant to this subsection, 5, must conform with the allowable purposes set forth in the Federal 5 American Rescue Plan ACT of 2021, PUB.L. 117-2, as amended. 6. The Department shall either spend or obligate such 7 appropriation prior to December 30th, 2024, and expend the 8 appropriation on or before December 31st, 2026. 9. C. The Department shall comply with the compliance, 10 reporting, record keeping, and program evaluation 11 requirements established by the Office of State Planning and 12 budgeting and the State Controller in accordance with Section 1324-75-226, 5. 14. D. This subsection, 5, is repealed, effective September 1st, 2027. 16. 6. The Department shall report progress on the Support 17 programs as part of its state measurement for accountable, 18 responsive, and transparent, SMART, Government Act hearing. 19. Required by Section 2-7-203. 20. Section 7. In Colorado Revised Statutes, as Article 3 is added 21 by House Bill 22 to 1295, add 26.5-3-904 as follows. 2226.5-3-904. Home Visiting for Early Learning Grant Program, 23 Authorized Requirements, Implementation Partner Rules, Definition 24, Repeal. 1A. For the 2022 to 23 state fiscal year, the General 25 Assembly shall appropriate to the Department $1,026 from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund 27 created in Section 24-75-228 for purposes of implementing the -12 to 13. 1 Home Visiting for Early Learning Grant Program. For the 2 purposes of this section, Home Visiting for Early Learning 3 means an evidence-based, 2 generation, and home-based 4 prevention program for families who are isolated by language, 5 culture, or geography and who have children ages 2 through 6 who are at risk for not being prepared for kindergarten. 7 Home Visiting for Early Learning program must be proven to 8 significantly improve school readiness through the delivery of 9 an evidence-based preschool curriculum. That includes language 10 literacy, math, science, gross motor development, and social 11 emotional support that is delivered in the home by a trained 12 home visitor. 13b. Money spent pursuant to this subsection, 1, must 14 conform with the allowable purposes set forth in the Federal 15 American Rescue Plan ACT of 2021, PUB.L. 117-2, as amended. 16. The Department shall either spend or obligate such 17 appropriation prior to December 30th, 2024, and expend the 18. Appropriation on or before December 31st, 2026. 19. C. The department shall comply with the compliance, 20 reporting, record keeping, and program evaluation 21 requirements established by the Office of State Planning and 22 budgeting and the State Controller in accordance with Section 2324-75-226, 5. 24. 2. This section is repealed, effective September 1st, 2027. 25. Section 8. Appropriation. 1. For the 2022 to 23 state fiscal 26 year, $49,500,000 is appropriated to the Department of Early Childhood. 27. This appropriation is from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund. Dash 13-213. 1. Created in Section 24-75-228, 2, A, CRS, is of money the state received, 2, from the Federal Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're getting to the money sections here that are double underlined, and I think it's double underlined denotes Senate amendment. So on this is the last page. 16 million for use by the Early Learning Access and Quality Division. 10 million for use by the Early Learning Access and Quality Division for the Employer-Based Child Care Facility Grant Program. 15 million for use by the Early Learning Access and Quality Division for the Early Care and Education. 7.5 million for use by the Early Learning Access and Quality Division for the Family, Friend, and Neighbor Training. 1 million for use by the Community and Family Support Division for the home visiting, and any money appropriated in subsection 1 not expended prior to July 1, 2023 is further appropriated to the department, et cetera, et cetera. And then here's a nice one. For the 22 and 23 state fiscal year, 50 million is appropriated. I guess that'd be fully 10% of the tax cut we discussed earlier, but to the bill. 50 million is appropriated to the Department of Early Childhood. Ladies and gentlemen, and viewers, citizens of Colorado, SB 22-213 is a $99.5 million effort, and now we know that as we discuss its merits. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 213. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 213 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 213 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 218.
Senate Bill 218 by Senators Holbert and Fenberg, also Representatives McKean and Garnett, concerning the sponsorship of sunset bills.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 218.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One, I want to thank Representative McKean and members. This is one of the most important bills of the session.
The most important bill.
Yeah. Essentially, somebody was put on a sunset bill and they didn't want to be put on a sunset bill. And so we're running a bill to say that that can't happen again, and you have to make sure you get permission from a sponsor to be added as a sponsor. Makes sense to me, but who knew we had to do a bill to do it? So I'd urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 218.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. No means no. And on this bill, yes means yes. If you say you'll be on a sunset bill, good, do it. And if you don't want to be on one, then you don't got to do it. It's the way it should be.
Great. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is one of those bills that I can't believe is actually being brought forward, so I ask the bill to be read at length.
The House will stand in a brief recess. Will come to order. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After consultation, I withdraw the motion.
The motion has been withdrawn. Any further discussion on Senate Bill 218? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 218. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Senate Bill 218 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 6.
You've heard the motion. We will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 6. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 6.
Senate Bill 6 by Senators Colker and Rodriguez, also Representatives McLaughlin and Snyder, concerning an increase in the amount of sales tax revenue that a retailer may retain to cover the retailer's expense in collecting and remitting the tax, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
And members, it's getting a little loud. Could you please take your conversations down a little bit or take them to the side? Thank you very much. Bill sponsors, who would like to go first? Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you, sir.
It is an honor to serve with you even at this late hour.
Yes, thank you. And with that, we move Senate Bill 6 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Snyder.
And per the request of one of our colleagues, our Appropriations Committee report today, we took an amendment which has to do with the ability of the Department of Revenue to accept cashless payments with e-checks. And e-checks are very inexpensive compared to credit cards and some of the other opportunities people have. And it will result in a $300,000 savings to the people of Colorado. We also secured, we don't really have appropriations, we have about $60,000 to administer the program, but really we're just foregoing some vendor tax collections or vendor fee collections that we'll explain in a moment, but we would ask for a yes on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report passes. To the bill, Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 22006 increases the amount of sales tax revenue that a retailer may retain in order to cover the expenses in collecting and remitting the sales tax. It's a very small but important help for small businesses. It isn't the end-all, but it's not intended to be. It's part of a larger puzzle concerning saving Coloradans money simply by saving the percentage of sales tax that can be retained.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 6? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 6 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 6 as amended is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the subtitle of Senate Bill 235.
Senate Bill...
Madam Majority Leader.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 235 to the end of the special orders calendar.
Senate Bill 235 will be laid over to the end of the special orders calendar. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 25.
Senate Bill 25 by Senator Hansen, also Representatives Byrd and McCluskey, concerning state capital financing managed by the state treasurer and in connection therewith expanding the types of collateral that can be used to secure such financing and if deemed feasible in the best interest of the state by the state treasurer after a required study is completed, authorizing the use of security token offerings for such financing and making an appropriation.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, it is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative McCluskey.
I move Senate Bill 25 and the report on finance and the committee report on appropriations.
Thank you. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Members, in appropriations, we did trim down the original fiscal note for this bill and assigned $100,000 of general fund and $125,000 cash fund to be able to complete the feasibility study of using security token offerings as a part of our capital finance infrastructure approach. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Appropriation Committee report passes. To the Finance Committee report. Sorry, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative.
So, members, in the Finance Committee, we authorized and directed the State Treasurer to conduct a study to determine whether the use of security token offerings for state capital financing would be a good idea for our state. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The Finance Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is an exciting bill because we're exploring options for our debt financing in the future. It's a way for us to improve all of our options on debt offerings, allowing a feasibility study and potentially the use of secure blockchain technology to lower interest rates, reduce costs, increase security, improve oversight, and funnel more essential fundings to the programs and infrastructure needs that the state has. And I encourage an aye vote.
Further, Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Representative, Mr. Chair. I ditto and echo what my co-prime McCluskey has said. Ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 25? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 25 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senate Bill 25 as amended is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 217.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 217.
Senate Bill 217 by Senators Hansen and Zenzinger, also Representatives Harrod and Ransom, concerning motor vehicle-related programs that benefit persons with disabilities and in connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 217.
Thank you. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a JBC bill, and it is to do with the DMV. It is a program that used to exist in order to have money and benefit persons with disabilities. You know the old license plates that you can get that sometimes retire? What they do is auction them off, and then the money goes into a fund called the Disabled... I have this, Colorado Disability Funding Committee, and it is not a big program, but we discontinued it 2 years ago when we were making cuts with the pandemic, and we wanted to reinstate this bill and just bring it back because it also includes some education programs. It actually, if you read the title on the re-engrossed version, it says, we are making and reducing an appropriation. I always like doing that in a bill. And this, again, it benefits the disability community. And it's already been through the Senate. It's passed unanimously over there. And I urge an aye vote.
Further discussion. Representative Van Beber.
Members, I rise in support of Senate Bill 217. This is a private-public partnership in which these license plates are auctioned off, as Representative Ransom said. But what's nice about this is it goes to the most local level possible. So when individuals undergo a life-changing event that causes them to incur a disability of some kind, it allows for the processes to begin to allow them to navigate the resources they need or procure the resources they need to get back to living their lives as productively as possible. So I rise in support of this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 217. Seeing none, the question before us. Representative Ransom, do you have more to add? Okay. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 217. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 217 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 134.
Senate Bill 134. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 134.
Senate Bill 134 by Senators Hendrickson and Quorum, also Representative Esgar, concerning a general fund transfer to the Colorado State Fair Authority Cash Fund to partly fund the implementation of the 2021 Colorado State Fair Master Plan and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 134.
To the bill.
In this bill, we are actually securing $4 million for the State Fair Master Plan funding. Granted, they need nearly $50 million. This is $4 million to go towards the master plan that they have secured. I will remind folks that in the years that I have been here, the State Fair has gone from operating in the red to operating in the black. This is a state-owned property with a lot of dilapidated buildings, and this is meant to secure funding to help improve those grounds for Southern Colorado, for agriculture, for everything that the Colorado State Fair stands for. I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 134. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 134. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Senate Bill 134 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
House will come to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has under consideration the following touch bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations. They're on Senate Bill 6 as amended, 25 as amended, 134, 213 as amended, 217, 218, 228 passed on second reading in order to revise and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Basenecker. Thank you, Representative Basenecker. Members, you've heard the motion. We have one amendment at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Soper amendment, which says that the Appropriations Committee report wasn't adopted on Senate Bill 213.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the Appropriations Committee report, in adopting the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 213 dated May 4th, 2022 to show that the report lost and Senate Bill 213 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Soper amendment to the Committee of the Whole report to show that the Appropriations report lost.
And it's been properly moved. I believe it's your only Soper Committee of the Whole amendment. But we can call it the first.
I'm sorry, what?
It's properly moved. It's the only one. So whether or not it's the first one or the only one.
That's true.
Very good. Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked for a no vote on Representative Soper's only amendment. We had a full appropriations hearing in which the appropriations part was adopted. Thank you.
See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the only Soper amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Roberts votes no. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Sandridge and Representative Kennedy are excused. please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 4 excused, the only Soper amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. That brings us to the report of the Committee of the Whole. The motion before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Was it? I was just trying to correct the record. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Roberts, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Roberts votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Van Winkle votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. A. Valdez and Ricks. Representative. Please close the machine. With 40 aye votes, 22 no votes, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, May 6th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. That brings us to announcements and introductions. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Education Committee, we have one bill tomorrow. I think it'll be our last one ever, 197. Read it and celebrate. Last one, 107, at adjournment. Thanks.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, listen up. Appropriations will be meeting tomorrow, but not at 8 a.m. We will be meeting upon adjournment of committees that are meeting in the morning. But please be paying attention because those may not all wrap up at exactly the same time, and if we can get started, we will. We will be hearing tomorrow Senate Bill 43, 85, 201, 230, 234, and 237. There may be additional bills referred to the committee, but at this time, that is our list. Thank you.
Why don't we introduce bills before we do any more announcements and introductions? Mr. Shebel, introduction of bills.
House Bill 1418 by Representatives Harrod and McCluskey, also Senators Hansen and Zenzinger, concerning the extension of the period for which unused and expiring Colorado Job Growth Incentive and Enterprise Zone income tax credits may be carried forward to subsequent years.
House Bill 1418 is assigned to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 179 by Senators Coleman and Hansen, also Representative Bacon, concerning authorizing alternative governance for innovation school zones.
Senate Bill 197 will be assigned to the Committee on Education.
Senate Bill 219 by Senators Moreno and Smallwood, also Representatives Duran and McLaughlin, concerning the regulation of dental therapists and a connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 219 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, friends, fans, and family of finance, tomorrow, Friday, upon adjournment, we will be hearing the following bills in Finance Committee. Senate Bill 220, Senate Bill 225, Senate Bill 217, and House Bill 1418.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee will be meeting upon adjournment tomorrow in LSBA to hear Senate Bill 172.
Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you guys are tired, but please think about coming in a little bit early tomorrow because between 8:15 and 8:45, we're going to have some world-class robots here from Longmont, Colorado, a 5-foot-tall robot. So they're going to be right down here at the well.
As long as it doesn't go in the well. Majority Leader Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, those of you still here, if you can take a look around, please. Take any of the files that are on your filing desk on the top of them, and please move them onto your desk. Our staff will have to stay here and file those if they're left on your filing desk. Let's do them a favor. It's late. We all need some sleep. Thank you.
See no further announcements and introductions. Majority Leader Escar.
With that, I move the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow, May 6th at 9 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until 9 a.m. Friday, May 6th.